Let's try this. Yeah, it's working now. Good morning, everyone. I guess we have a few people missing still. This is our first event in London, and I thought showing up late to conferences is a Middle Eastern thing, but apparently it's not. So yesterday we had a great day full of amazing content and some really, really productive one-on-one meetings. We're hoping that this will continue today. We have a series of panel discussions and a couple of presentations this morning, followed by the same structure as yesterday. We have a break, a coffee break at around 11, and then we go into the one-on-one meeting sessions until lunchtime. The only difference between today and tomorrow is that at the end of the day today, and please don't miss that, we have our famous Global Blockchain Congress Award ceremony, which is an exercise that we have been doing, I think, for the last 6 events. And it is a contest where we ask the investors to rate all the startups that they have met at the event on the likelihood that they think this startup would get funded. It is nothing scientific by any stretch of the imagination. It is purely an opinion voiced by the investors. But it makes it fun, it makes it challenging, and it makes it a little bit competitive. So we announced the result of the contest at the end of the day, and we award the 3 winners prizes for the first 3 spots. So I hope that you will have a great day today with us, and thank you again for being part of the Global Blockchain Congress, first edition in Europe. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again. I hope everyone got some good rest after a packed day yesterday. And today we've got even more amazing stuff for you all. So to kick it off, we have a panel discussion titled Blockchain Gaming, Make It or Break It. Please help me welcome to the stage Nikita Sachdev, CEO and founder of Luna Media Corporation.
Hello. Okay, I'm on. Hi everyone. Very nice to meet you. Good morning, and thank you for being here so bright and early. Always fantastic being in London. I would like to invite my fellow panelists on stage to make this panel possible. So I think they're just miking up in the back. So take your time, I guess. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start off with a quick introduction on myself. So when the panelists come on, you guys can introduce yourselves. So my name is Nikita Sachdev. I am the CEO and founder of Luna Media Corp. We're headquartered in Dubai, and we have offices in Miami, Singapore, and we are expanding our presence here in Europe, so looking to set up here by Q1 next year. We have a team of over 100 employees. Most of them are based out of Dubai, but our clients are pretty global. Last year, we acquired the franchise for Cointelegraph Middle East, so having a lot of fun running a crypto publication, very tough in this market. And I'm also the host of CNBC Arabia, so my COO over here in pink, she has been co-producing a show on CNBC Arabia called On the Chain, where we talk about Web3. It's the first ever Web3 and English show, hitting 50 million homes out of the Middle East. So that basically sums up what we do. Been in the space since 2017, started my crypto career with Huobi Exchange. So very much indulged in this, in the Web3 space, and now even looking into AI, trying to jump on the next trendy bandwagon. So it's always an honor to be here at the Agora conference. We've been media partners with Agora since 2018 in Dubai. Very happy to see them coming to London. Recently, there's been a lot of news about the regulatory framework here in London, so I do believe that the UK could be the next global crypto hub. Based on the political, kind of the regulatory reform that's happening here. Yeah, fingers crossed. Crypto is not seen as gambling anymore here, which is quite good. Maybe not so good for taxes. But I think my panelists are ready. I'll stop rambling on. If you can please come up on stage. And welcome, everyone. Good timing. I think I was going to bore everyone with my regulatory conversation.
Sorry.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Smart.
Okay, awesome, cool. So maybe we can start off with a quick introduction down the line, and then we'll open the discussion about gaming.
Cool. Should I start?
Yep,
Yeah.
starting from you.
Morning, everyone. Baptiste, so founding partner at Lead Block Partners. We're a venture capital fund based in London and Paris, investing in blockchain and Web3 for the last 5 years now. And more specifically, we really look at B2B in the space. And we're here to talk about gaming, so I'll just focus on that. I mean, we're pretty bullish about gaming. We've been looking at how do we use it to democratize adoption of blockchain technology, and how do we make it easier for games to actually launch on-chain. So just a couple deals we've done is Venly, for example, so dev tools for gaming studios. We've done Yuga Labs, which is Bored Apes, the other side that you guys know. We've done Hex Trust in Custody with Animoca, which I understand are a partner of the event as well. And I guess the last one, Remaster in IP, and as you know, there's a ton of IP in games. You should protect it, maybe you should monetize it, maybe you should leverage it as well, and we can talk about that later. So pretty bullish about that area, although there are challenges, and I think you're going to ask about them, so excited to be here.
Hey guys, Jamie. I work at Bitcraft Ventures. We're an early stage gaming and interactive entertainment investment firm. We've been investing in games since 2016, so originally started on the traditional side. Now we manage about $830 million in capital across sort of 3 different strategies. We've got a growth fund focusing on later stage opportunities. We have 2 early stage equity funds investing in your traditional game studios, adjacent technology. And then over the past sort of 3.5 years, we've been investing in Web3. So we've raised 2 funds, which make up about a quarter of our AUM, specifically focused on Web3 gaming. So we've made about 50 investments in the space. And still actively deploying. So super excited to speak about gaming today.
Hi, everyone. This is Jinyu Xiang. I work at YGG Ventures, which is a new fund spin-off from Yield Guild Games. And we are still trying to focus on investing in Web3 gaming and metaverse-related infrastructures.
Hi, Patrick Martin. I am an investor in blockchain since about 7 years, and I'm investing directly from my family office, but also I'm a GP at Alpha Sigma Capital, which is a blockchain Web3 focused family of funds. We have a venture fund, we have a liquid fund, and we're doing another venture fund. So we have quite a few gaming investments. I like the Web3 space a lot because it's sort of an access technology for people to enter crypto. So I think if Web3 gaming does well, crypto as a whole will do well. So it's a good combination.
Great, awesome, thank you. Some amazing panelists here today. So basically today our panel is on blockchain gaming, make it or break it. And the reason we're saying make it or break it is because through this bear market, we've seen a lot of changes happen. There's always an evolution. And we've seen the rise of play to earn games and the flow of gaming projects that entered the Web3 space. And a lot of them that have also left the Web3 space. So I guess this panel is to talk about an overview on the gaming industry, which is a huge industry, multi-trillion dollar industry. So we're going to talk about the future of it and what kind of impact it has within the Web3 space itself. So to start off, I would like to give an overview on the blockchain gaming space. Can you tell us what exactly is blockchain gaming and how does it differentiate from Web2 traditional gaming? And anyone can take this.
Yeah, happy to do that. So I think there's a sort of a spectrum which we see in blockchain gaming. I think the fundamental principle is having a portion of the game exist on chain. So whether that be just the asset, sort of using it as a database, and then being able to tap into some of the functions of blockchain, being able to trade assets permissionlessly, instead of having everything exist in this closed-off database. So that opens up potentially new monetization opportunities, so monetizing secondary markets and being able to have sort of that encoded in the smart contracts. There's also the other end of the spectrum, which is picking up a lot of steam right now, sort of this concept of on-chain games, where basically the whole game logic sits on-chain. So rather than having sort of the client sit off-chain, where you have access to way higher compute, you're putting everything on-chain, which means, you know, the game is effectively going to exist forever, because as long as the blockchain's running, the game will exist. People will be able to engage with those smart contracts. Obviously, the tech quite isn't there yet to support mainstream adoption of sort of the latter, but that sort of gives a fundamental, you know, overview of the range of blockchain gaming.
Okay, and does anyone want to add on to that?
Yeah, probably just add on that in terms of on-chain gaming, probably you can think it's a really good example that how Web3 gaming or blockchain gaming can be different from like a traditional games. As Jamie mentioned before, like say a fully on-chain gaming, which is fully decentralized, and it's not only about the assets or currencies on-chain, it's also their game principles and the logics can also be on-chain. And so that is how it differs from like in Web2 gaming, where developer develops the game, while in fully on-chain game or probably some blockchain games that UGC where community members were like professional, other professional developers can also build up on top of that. So it's not like a centralized developer process. So it can be, so that is one outstanding features that how Web3 gaming can be different from Web2 gaming.
Right. Okay. So not to play devil's advocate, because obviously I love anything that's decentralized and I get it, but what is the purpose of being decentralized? Like how does that actually affect the end user?
Yeah, I would say the end user doesn't care to
Yeah.
start with. Gaming is mainly entertainment, and if the games are not entertaining, the play-to-earn thing is, I think, the pure play-to-earn where the games were not really entertaining is, I think that's kind of declining right now. What gamers need is they want to be engaged and entertained, and then if they can then they can have ownership in the game, that will make it more interesting for them. But I think if we want to get mainstream adoption for Web3, in-game, we need to have entertainment first. Gameplay is the most important thing, and then if they can earn, and they can earn play to earn or play to win while they're entertained, that's amazing. But if you're not entertaining them, they're gonna go away. So if we have a game on chain that is technically possible, but nobody likes the game, then it's basically going to be empty, right? And that's the problem also with the metaverses, which I would include in gaming, right? Because it's really entertainment. So if you have entertainment features anywhere, then people will come. If they're entertained, they will play, and then if they can earn, and then you can build economies on top of that. So I think that's the second step. The technology for the gamer is really unimportant. The real, I mean, unless they're like Web3 degens where they say, okay, I really care about decentralization, yeah. But I think most gamers care about gameplay, and then eventually they'll care about ownership, and then they say, okay, I can own this piece of game, and then I can build on top of that, and then the economies can evolve. But I think entertainment is first.
Maybe, I mean, tying to your last 2 points, completely agree. It's also like high level when you go back to what blockchain is trying to do. You know, that analogy of Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, where Web 1 is read, write, and then you get read, write, own. In the end, you can apply that to gaming in a space where people, you know, are huge fans of games, provide a lot of content, do a lot of work, the communities are super strong. And so if you can give those community more power to control the game, they'll play more, and they'll be more involved, and they'll create even more value for the studio. So if you can find a way to reward them, to give them governance and control, then it would be super powerful. And yeah, blockchain is a great way to do that.
That's a good way to put it. And I like, Jamie, how you said, Patrick, how you said that the games should be focused on entertainment first. We saw a rise of play to earn last year, especially through our PR agency. It was like every day a new play to earn game. And Axie Infinity had really set the stage for being one of the most successful play to earn games. And what happened was, in some nations, there were kids that were making more than their parents were through this gaming. So it was amazing, right? Revolutionary. However, eventually it kind of started a new form of child labor, where a few kids were kind of put together to and forced to play these games, and it almost sucked the fun out of these games. Like, it almost became, it's my job, like I need to play to earn. And so people started evolving this to play and earn. Do you think that there's a much sense in this evolution? And even Jamie, you mentioned this monetization aspect, right? When I was saying what are the benefits of Web3 gaming, it was monetization. So do you think Web3 gaming, when it comes to this monetization, is actually sucking the entertainment out of the games?
I mean, I think sort of the Gen 1 games, definitely, like you look at Axie, you look at all these games where sort of, effectively they were doing user acquisition through token emissions and spending a ton of money unprofitably to acquire users, retain users. So I think that sort of element is going to be gone. I mean, it's understand people wanted to capture the opportunity, they wanted to rush products to market, games take a long time to build. I think earning in gaming is not new. People have been earning in RuneScape, like there's been sort of a Venezuelan economy in particular that have been selling gold and farming gold and doing these laborious tasks within games. And I think that's always going to exist. People have always been able to monetize gaming. There's ways to earn money in games, and I think crypto and blockchain provide a really interesting infrastructure to build these sort of economies on top of and eliminate a lot of frictions. Like you look at RuneScape, you'd have to take your money to these like secondary black markets, risk getting your account banned and stuff like that. And I think if game developers start to build games with that in mind and understand there's going to be different stakeholders within games, there might be people from lower income countries who want to grind and gather resources so that people from first world countries with a bit higher spending power, they don't want to go through sort of the laborious like game progression. They just want to get to the fun stuff, the battling. They want to level up quickly, and they're willing to pay to do that. And sort of that's where the exchange of value goes, instead of from these tokens. If it's from player to player, and you're running like a net zero sort of emissions, then I think you can have these earning opportunities emerge in these games. But I think it's going to be very difficult. There's going to be many iterations. I think we'll see sort of a good content cadence over the next 18 months of games with a bit deeper gameplay mechanics that might cater to a broader set of player types that might be able to support actual sustainable earning in games. But again, it's an economic problem, and that's going to take a long time to solve.
So you mentioned these were Gen 1 games. Where are we at now? Are we at Gen 2? Like, what is the next trend in the gaming space, in GameFi or blockchain gaming in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I think, at least from our portfolio, we're seeing a bunch of really talented game developers, people who've had success, built hit games in Web 2 that started building 2.5, 3 years ago, and now sort of they're coming to open beta launch sort of in September, and then there's a good cadence through of all the studios we've been looking at sort of over the next 18 months, where we'll see some really strong attempts at blockchain gaming that will hopefully be able to compete on product with their Web 2 counterparts, and hopefully be able to bring in a new set of users into the space that want to play the game first. And the way most of them have designed their games is sort of to layer in the crypto elements later on. So you basically play the game, they're going to try and get you hooked. Once they can see you've spent 100 hours in the game, they're going to start to introduce you to crypto elements, onboard you with a wallet, et cetera. And hopefully that starts to get people comfortable with using crypto. And then user acquisition in games will be a bit easier after that. But I'm excited for the next 18 months. I think that'll sort of be when we prove the thesis. If people want to play blockchain games, if it adds new monetization abilities, et cetera. So.
Personally, I like the aspect of keeping the crypto part even optional, like not just even introducing it later, but keeping it there in case, and keeping the NFT aspect optional too. You mentioned NFTs in gaming too. Let's talk about Web3 gaming in general, so not just blockchain gaming. What I mean by that is aspects of AI, implementing the metaverse into these games. What are trends that you're looking for overall in Web3, not just in blockchain, in terms of gaming?
I think that Web3 gaming ultimately should be about ownership, so that so we introduce ownership into gameplay, and then ideally interoperability, so that you can take your let's say you take your character or your avatar from one game and you can export it and put it in another game, or go with that character to the metaverse, or that, let's say, that ship or that NFT that you've basically worked on, and then so you basically that would be sort of a good goal. I think the metaverse is, as I said, I'm considering metaverse as a form of gaming, and the metaverse will not succeed if there's no entertainment, right? So entertainment and gaming is the main form of why people come back. So yeah, I think interoperability is important, and then ownership is important. So Web3 is about ownership, right? And so once people understand that they can own building blocks, and then they can take those and when they become sort of decentralized and they actually own it, they can do things that nobody thought about. So that's kind of when you open these games up. That's right now, the Web 2 games, they're all walled gardens, they're very closed, and you can only play inside the game, one game economy. And of course, opening them is, that's a business decision, right? So it's a bit scary maybe, especially for the big brand gamers, but once you do that, I think you can then you can see new things developing that we didn't even think about. So that's when real economy happens, right? When ownership is transferred to the user, then the user can build on top. But I agree with, in the beginning, I mean, one of our portfolio companies, Balthazar, they've developed a zero-click onboarding. So you basically click into a game, you start playing the game, you don't even know that you have a wallet because they just create a wallet in the background. And then only when you stop playing the game, they ask you if you want to keep playing, then they ask you for your email address, but the wallet is already there. So the Web3 element is really in the background, but you can earn and you can generate income or NFTs, and then, you know, later on you can, when you understand it better, you say, oh, I already own this stuff. So it's kind of like the technology aspect really needs to be in the background, and it's important when people understand that the ownership element, that they can then do something with the elements that they have. But if they just want to play the game and not worry about it, that should also be fine, right? So it should be optional.
And I think, I mean, all of us have seen a huge change in the types of deals and games coming to market. You're asking about the types of Gen 2, etc. I mean, I think no one's pitched me a real play-to-earn game in a long time now. You know, people say play-to-own. They talk about, you know, onboarding, so we can onboard Web2 users without a crypto wallet. You don't have to, oh, please, yeah, go to MetaMask. You've already lost 99% of the players at that point. You know, they talk about, you know, the quality of the game. They talk about the NFT price not going to the moon. They talk about all these things, which, you know, 2 years ago was the whole point. So all this completely changed. I think we're going towards actual real gaming, and we're targeting actual gamers in the actual countries and regions where you have big gaming markets. And if you look at the users of the historical play-to-earn games, they simply weren't in gaming markets. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure I would call it gaming, actually. So when you have people saying, okay, play-to-earn is dead, I'm like, yeah, I agree. But it's not gaming, it's dead. To me, it's two different markets.
Absolutely.
So it was just, you know, and I think big picture, you know, this space always suffers from speculation. You know, we speculate on layer ones, on DeFi, on NFTs, on, you know, we'll speculate on anything we can get our hands on, which is both a positive and a negative. And I think gaming was one of them. But hopefully, and I agree, and we're seeing great games coming out in the next 6 to 12 months, and I'm really, really bullish on that.
Yeah, for sure. We talked about having strong quality. We talked about not just attracting people for incentive, but having a good entertainment factor to blockchain gaming. What are other aspects that investors look for? Maybe, Jing, you can answer that.
Yeah, definitely a lot. Like every time when you do due diligence, there are lots of aspects to consider. Firstly, is I would say the quality of the team. Do they have a relevant experience to develop the products? Essentially, the game is a product, it's a consumer product, right? So they have a relevant experience to deliver, to know how to actually develop a good game and a good execution. And also, if they definitely make sense, say they have a good go-to-market strategy, is there any innovation in the gameplay or tokenomics model, whatever. And so I would say, since YGG Venture really focus on pre-seed and seed at very early stage, so we put a lot of emphasis to understand what's the capability of the team and if they have the relevant experience in the field.
That's also some very good points. You cannot forget the tokenomics models and the community aspect of it, the go-to-market strategy. So you talked about having a strong development, but there are pioneers in the gaming industry, traditional gaming, that are looking to enter Web3. So how do the smaller budding developers compete with the big guys entering the space?
I mean, I think it was pretty easy to get funding if you were building a blockchain game for the past 2 years. So that's one element. I think just across gaming more generally, we're seeing AI present some interesting opportunities of like democratizing the ability to create sort of what we call AAA game content. So we've seen some of our studios have been able to significantly reduce the costs in their content pipeline, which is the biggest part about building a game. Like all the 3D assets, all the artwork costs a ton of money to build. So we're seeing sort of that element. I think for budding game developers competing with the major AAA studios, I think you just try and don't compete. Like I don't think any indie studio is going to be able to build a MOBA that competes with League of Legends. You're not going to be able to build a battle royale. Like even those companies, like even Fortnite's spending 150 million plus a year on content. So it's going to be just like impossible to compete with them and their content cadence, the depth they have. So I think just finding like new avenues, taking existing popular genres, putting a spin on them, being smart about how you outsource your artwork, et cetera, compromising on potentially artwork in the first iterations, focusing on the game loop, and then as you build traction, being able to upgrade your art content, et cetera.
Yeah. I mean, one of our my portfolio companies, they are basically just building us like a mini game, because they basically say, okay, we can't compete on the Web3 on the blockbuster games because they cost hundreds of millions and they don't have that kind of money. So they're basically saying, oh, we're going to go lower on the sort of on the graphic sides and make the gameplay more interesting, right? So kind of that's a new concept where basically you play to win. So basically there's like big prizes, there's like a jackpot in the end. So the NFTs, they go in a pot, and then you can win like a Bored Ape, or you can win, I don't know, 10 ETH or some Bitcoin. So it's like more interesting prizes. So this is one way to do it. Another way to do it, and this is kind of a new thing we were just thinking about, is basically maybe finding older games that used to be very popular and that are less popular, and maybe kind of revitalizing them and kind of putting Web3 elements in it to make it more attractive. Because I think gaming is very brand driven. So to create a new brand is very difficult. It's like a hit movie, right? Basically, if you have a hit movie and you make the second one and the third one, that's much easier. So that's one thing we're looking at, maybe kind of finding older games and then kind of that have a following or that have a brand, and then kind of upgrading them to Web3. Because I think that's this transition from Web2 to Web3. Games like Fortnite, I don't know if they already have NFTs in there, but I think it makes over time it makes sense for them to enable ownership in the game and to make things transferable. So I think for smaller players, I think those are some strategies I would.
Do they have NFTs? Does Fortnite have NFTs? Have they incorporated? What are some of the most successful use cases? We've seen Sony and Microsoft have entered Web3 blockchain gaming. But what are some mainstream games, mass adoption, that have incorporated the blockchain aspect?
I mean, all the studios have spun up, all the big studios have spun up Web3 divisions. Ubisoft's actively working on 6-7 titles, leveraging the technology. I think in current market, it's a bit of for these big corporations that have these IPs that they can, perpetually monetize, and they're making billions of dollars a year. Doesn't really make sense to take the PR risk at the moment, to be honest. I think people are building in silent, thinking about how they can actually leverage this technology. One company we invested in, CCP, which builds EVE Online, which is sort of this mass spaceship game that's existed over 20 years. A bunch of the technology CCP built got incorporated by like the NASDAQ and stuff. They had better market systems in that, like super strong team, super economic background. They're building their next game on crypto, on their own chain. So there are a bunch of people building it, but I think there's no need for them to be public about it. gamers are super stubborn, so it's...
Saying that, you mentioned that it's a PR risk, and again, just playing devil's advocate here, because gaming has been seen as a gateway to user mass adoption for the entire crypto market. But if it's a PR risk, then how come companies like Louis Vuitton have entered Web3 through NFTs, through their blockchain, Aura blockchain to track counterfeits, Lamborghini, Formula One, all these other large brands have entered Web3 and gone out with PR, and then what's stopping larger gaming companies? How come we cannot name a single successful blockchain use case today? Why isn't there one out there?
It's no, we can't name a successful blockchain use case. It's just hard to name a big IP where blockchain has been combined with that IP in a big game franchise, because they're not willing to take that risk. Epic Games behind Fortnite have launched NFT games, but they're new IP, new games, new communities, and as you say, gamers are stubborn. I think that's a nice way to put it. They're an absolute pain. So if you change anything, they'll freak out. They have big communities, and they can endanger your IP and your cash flow. So, Ubisoft tried it. I think it's 2021, right?
Yeah, they announced it.
It hurt them a lot. What they launched, it was Ghost Recon, I think.
Actually, you need to say it's actually different. For example, in Western big studios, say Ubisoft or EA, they are really. I'm not saying secret, but they just don't do PR about that. But if you look at the Eastern studios, especially in Japan and Korea, all the big studios there, they are actually doing lots of Web3 experiments, and that they actually do PR about that.
Absolutely, you're right. Because we have one of our clients, We Made, is the largest game developer out of South Korea. They're a client.
Exactly. Say in Japan, they have a double jump. They are building up their own game-specific blockchain, or similar in Korea. So I think you definitely see difference between how Eastern studios and Western studios treat about these elements.
That's a very good point, actually. I would second you on that. I've seen that as well. That in Asia they're far more advanced with not advanced in the development, but more forthcoming with the adoption and putting it out there in the press.
Yeah, exactly. In terms also some indie studios, how you see that is it's similar to indie studio versus AAA studios. The smaller studios that are more good at developing new game mechanics, where they are good at where they are just quicker and faster to trying out different new things. So I would expect those indie studios, they probably highly likely to explore more in terms new monetizations, etc. And once someone probably figure that out, and then it actually give indicators to those big studios that, okay, this probably can work, and then those big studios may just follow up. Because big studios, they have better resource capital to develop games in graphics or whatever, but probably they are not quick enough to do all the trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another challenge that we faced in this industry is the fact that there's a lot of traditional gamers that do not like blockchain-based gaming, and they don't want to incorporate crypto or NFTs or any digital aspect or digitization too much, or rather currency use in the game. So how do we win the hearts of these gamers? Because at the end of the day, community is key, right? You need the community members for the game to be successful. So is it just a matter of time? Is it it takes a good use case to come out? So what is the reason for that?
I mean, just make good games, and then players will play, and then hope is that when they start to touch the blockchain elements in these games, they realize that, oh, actually owning my assets and being able to exchange with friends, being able to trade permissionlessly versus have all these assets that I've put hundreds of dollars into and thousands of hours, and they just exist in this company's database that I can't get access to, even if the game ends. I think that's sort of the hope, but it's just a product thing. We need good products. None of the guys at our firm ever played and still really play any blockchain games, right? Just because they can't compete with the games we typically play. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Patrick, you said, like keep the tokenization aspect of it optional, the wallets, the crypto.
Or make it do it in the background, right? So because every game has an in-game currency anyhow, right? So this is like there are very few games that don't have points or gold coins or whatever they have, right? And so to make those into tokens is not a big leap. You can just do it in the background, and then at some point when you have a certain level and attained a certain amount, and they say, oh, now suddenly you unlock this ability to trade it outside, right? So that would be a way to do it. So maybe you need to play to a certain level to unlock the ability. So then make it part of the game, right? Don't say, okay, now you need to have a wallet and you need to do this and this and make it complicated. Make it the other way around and say, no, this is like you're playing to get to this level so that you can then trade your goods and make it part. I mean, if you make it part of the gameplay and make it interesting, then people will do it, right? If you make it sort of an additional burden and they say, no, I can't be bothered because I just want to play the game, then it's not going to work.
And maybe I would add, like, target the right people. You know, you mentioned Louis Vuitton. You know, Louis Vuitton did NFTs, of course, but they didn't sell them to like a 50-year-old guy who's been buying a bag every 2 years for his wife. They sold it to his 20-year-old son. You know, so target the right people, and so don't sell it. Don't put NFTs in a game where we're at the 4th or 5th installment and you have a strong community. Build a new one. I think that's also what you should do.
Actually, I have a very controversial view that I think hardcore gamers, they are very difficult to please anyway. You know, that, and they are most vocal ones. So there are casual players, they may use it, but you don't know it. And just so I would say, just as a game developer, no matter you are big or not, just know your customer, who you are targeting to, and then engage your community about that. That's a good way, because gamers, they want their voice to be heard. So I would say in that way, to like shape your products and trying to engage them and educate. Eventually, with the backend technology develops, they probably don't even notice that. But just in general, if you are a developer, you cannot entertain all your players. It's not going to happen anyway.
Absolutely. So it looks like our panel has ran out of time, but thank you so much. I think we had a lot of insight from both sides, from the investor side and for those that are looking to develop or are in the midst or have launched even a game. And if you have any other questions, then you can, I guess, find us around. Thank you so much. Thank you for your valuable insight on gaming. I think we all agree it's here to stay. So thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm finding these panels really engaging, and I was thinking as I was sitting there, why am I finding them so engaging? And I think one of the reasons is because there's not a lot of sugarcoating. I think this market has made it to where there's not as much fluff and sugarcoating, so we get very direct answers. I think yesterday we had most DAO founders are probably going to jail, which may have been extreme, but it's probably my favorite quote of the day. So I'm loving these panels. We'll have a couple more. Now we're going to shift back into a couple of presentations. This next one I find very interesting because I actually was a footballer or soccer player, depending on where you're from. And so this concept is trying to revolutionize the sports investment and fan engagement industry. So please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Hugo Cortez, co-founder and CEO of MyFC.
Hello, everyone. I want to start by asking you guys a very important question that no one asked in this event yet. Who here likes to watch football? Awesome. So, my name is Hugo. I'm the co-founder, CEO of MyFC. And we have this vision where Web3 is not simply a gimmick like we've seen in so many projects, and like I hope we don't get to jail like you were mentioning here, but we've seen a lot of DAOs, we've seen a lot of projects that just add that element of Web3 for the sake of implementing it and trying to make a quick buck. we do believe that Web3 has the power to revolutionize the sports industry. And I'll tell you guys how. But first, I want to leave you with a thought. What if you could own, influence, and even invest alongside the teams that you love? So, a quick background now on the football ecosystem at the moment. We have seen celebrities from the United States acquiring 6th, 7th league clubs in Wrexham. No one ever heard of it, and that specific club amounting millions of followers, a lot of enthusiasm behind it. We have seen the successful Apple TV series, Ted Lasso, and this was sort of a new wave last year where you've seen a lot of people think, oh, I could be a football owner. I could buy a club, take it from the 5th division, 6th division to the top tier football of a specific country. So if we look at how football is structured, especially here in Europe, we have a very scarce limit number of assets that can be in any given league. But let me explain you a little bit about the current ownership model across, and I'll focus more around Europe. So if you look at the Premier League, if you look at La Liga, Serie A, most clubs simply have an owner. That owner does what he wants, when he wants, exactly the way that he wants. So throughout centuries, the backbone of sport, and especially football, has been the fans. But if you look at how fans are treated these days, they are becoming more and more disconnected to the clubs that they love. Simply because they have no saying, they have no influence, they have no voice. It is easy to find situations where fans feel offended, they have no clarity, no transparency, so they feel a lack of respect. But, here we go, we have Web3 coming on board. We've seen a lot of buzz to try to tackle this, especially on the gamification aspect of the connection between a fan and a club. We believe tokenization is a key element to make this happen. One, tokenization of influence. Fans want to be part of something, they want to influence, they want to go to their coffee shop and say to their mate, hey, I was one of the guys who voted we should have got that player, or we should have invested less or more in that specific season. But on the other hand, we believe tokenization is the next multi-billion-dollar industry within the sports industry. If you look at today, we have the ability to bet. So sports betting is huge. You have the ability to bet on everything that happens during the 90 minutes of a football match. If you go outside of that scope, there's little to nothing on what the fans can actually bet, invest. We believe tokenization will enable fans to be part of something bigger. They will be able to tokenize the academy, the stadium, players, transfer budgets. This is something that will disrupt the industry because it will solve, or not solve, but tune down a need that sports teams have, which is cash. Tokenization will enable fans to invest alongside with the clubs. But before I go into this more into depth, let me tell you a little bit about football. 11 months ago, we decided that we want to lead sports tokenization. Okay, so we had, let me call it, a creative and bold statement. Some people call it madness, but we had this vision where in order for us to have an impact in this industry, we actually need to own a football team. So what we did was we acquired the sports team in Portugal, beautiful Lisbon, near all the beaches and the sexy landmarks. 2nd division in Portugal, 91 years of history, most dense populated city in Portugal. Fast forward 11 months, and we are no longer a 2nd division team. We are now a 1st division team. We got promoted just a couple of months ago to First League, and we are starting now top-tier competition in next month. You might be thinking, what the hell this guy started talking about tokenization and Web3, and now we're talking about buying a football team and getting it promoted. I will get to it, but let me explain that we are even crazier. So we're not satisfied with just having one football team. Our vision is to acquire 5 teams in total. Next one being in Brazil. We are currently already in due diligence with 1 team there. Next, Africa, Asia, and North America. I will explain our madness towards the end, so stick with me. So let me explain, but why do we buy our first team? So we want to gamify team management. So we want to give the ability to fans to be part of the football club. Not only buying merchandising or screaming at the stadium or cursing at the referee. We wanted to be involved and help make decisions and shape the future of a specific team. But like the previous panel, we are Web3 company, but we believe that in order to achieve mass market, we really need to hide that part. Not because we are afraid of PR, simply because most mass market football fans, they really don't care about technology. They just care about the outcome. I know that I have this app, I'll be able to influence, or I'll be able to invest, and that's it. The way that is done, it doesn't matter for them. They just want it to be seamless and easy to use. So, but what can you actually do? So we focus on 3-4 strong pillars, which is content, as you've seen as well talked here, especially in the esports area and the e-gaming. We've seen that content is becoming more and more part of a sport team, an esport team. Basically because we are now learning a lot with American, because they do sports so well, is that sport is entertainment. So we need to focus not just on those 90 minutes, but everything that happens outside of those 90 minutes. Our main promise to the fans here is the ability to vote, to influence what's going on both on the pitch and off the pitch, making it very, very sexy proposition for a global community. Obviously as well, harness the power of a community. Who wouldn't want to contribute to the team that they love, either finding the next great player, being able to do the scout reports, team reports, etc. But what can you actually influence? At this stage, pretty much anything that comes to mind. But obviously we believe that this has to be done by stages, and we need to guide the users by the hand. So you can vote on pretty much anything: management, design, access, investment, even as a coaching staff member. We do have a token, surprise, surprise. We, from day one, had this really strong feeling that we only create a token if it does make sense. Because, again, like I said before, the users don't care. So for us, one of the things that we focused on was how can we make this token and give it a real utility. One, influence. The more you have, the more you will be able to influence a team. And with our long-term vision of being the operating system for the tokenization, you will need to have the token to be able to invest. We have a strong team that has a background in sports, in Web3, in tech, in the whole ecosystem that we're trying to build here. We work with the largest sports IP in the world. We also have some celebrity footballers as investors with us. We have Patrice Evra, former French national team, and Diogo Jota here for you especially, Liverpool star. So our vision here, and let me just piece it together for all the confusion that we created. The main reason we're buying 5 clubs across the world is because all those clubs are in different geographics. So they have different approach to technology. They have especially different legal frameworks. So when Liverpool, Man United, the Lakers, you name it, want to offer tokenization products in the future, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, we'll be the company that has that will be better positioned to offer those services to those companies. Basically, we want to become the operating system in sports tokenization. We are currently raising 10 million euros, 30 million pre-money valuation, 2 million already secured, and we will be very happy to talk with any of you guys, and I would love to share a little bit more into depth our vision on how to shape the sports industry. Thank you very much.
I love hearing about all the industries blockchain is going into, sports being close to my heart. I think this is a really neat idea. We'll shift to another neat idea. I'll read, because I was just reading about this and I thought it was pretty cool. Juneo is a blockchain network where everyone can build their own blockchain fully permissionless. So that's another innovative idea. I haven't heard about that yet. Everyone's got a blockchain idea, and they're trying to tackle it in a different way. So please help me welcome to the stage Adrian, Luciano, and Nicholas, the CMO, CEO, and strategic advisor of Juneo.
Hello, everyone. I think we will have a small clip before the presentation when it's ready to start. Okay.
Juneo, unlimited blockchain provider.
Let's introduce now the slides. I'm Luciano, co-founder of Juneo, here with Nikola Rabrenovic, a strategic investor. So one of the main problems that we face, it's the infrastructure. It's not ready to support the demand. The layer ones that are the backbone of all the Web3 projects are too expensive to deploy. They, of course, we have seen the last 3 years, the tokenomics that are not really resilient yet, too much volatility, the fees are not predictable, and now we have a new factor, the geo-compliance. All the big networks cannot factor the compliance. Juneo finds the solution. We democratize the access to the layer one technologies. The Juneo protocol, it's an innovative, is based on the Avalanche consensus, Snowman++. Basically, we have forked Avalanche, but 2 years ago. Since then, we have built a new architecture and added new functionalities that make the layer one cost efficient, and everyone in the world can now access and build their own blockchain. They can build the dedicated tokenomics. Click and deploy tools. So with one click, you can deploy your blockchain right now. And of course, on all these blockchains, cross-chain transfers in less than 2 seconds. The supernets are a B2B solution. When we speak B2B, it's projects also. They are permissionless, independent networks. When we speak about democratizing, the blockchains, you need to have a node to create a network. To give you an idea of price, for example, to run a node on Avalanche, it costs you $28,000. To run a node on Juneo, only $150. So you can have a network, start with one node for $150. Launch your EVM instantly, easy as a smart contract, with sub-second finality, for less than few cents. So it means now a blockchain costs less than a transaction on Ethereum. For larger projects, we can build custom networks. We have, the last 2 weeks, a partnership with a very large French tech exporting company, IGN Finance, that wanted a network for Africa, the land register and the notaries. So we have built this for them. The primary network, it's what we call the liquidity hub, because at the end of the day, the liquidity needs to flow on the network. The main functionality, it's ERC20 to native. So what it means, there is a lot of liquidity sleeping in the other networks. Everybody's scaling Ethereum, but they forgot Bitcoin, Doge, and other cryptocurrencies. So what we do, we bridge them, and suddenly in 2 seconds, they can be the settlement layer. This has huge implication, because we do this for euro, for USDT, gold. There are already tokens that are emitted on Ethereum with plenty of users. Suddenly they come to our network and they become the settlement layer. So it means you don't have a blockchain that has a lot of volatility. It opens the way for the payroll, e-commerce, NFTs tied to products, NFT ticketing for sport events, for whatever events, but based on euro. So stable, forever free, forever predictable fees.
So the market is huge. Right now, there is only 1,000 blockchains in the world. We expect the market to reach 1.5 trillion by 2030. 1,000 blockchains, it's a very low number. We believe that in the future, everyone will have their own blockchain. Every developer, every company, every government will want to be able to own and to operate their blockchain. So that's what at Juneo we're actually building. Let's talk a bit about the traction. So we just launched the testnet 2 months ago, and we managed to get the great numbers. 125,000 Twitter followers, 20,000 Telegram subscribers, and on the investment side, we already have 650 investors waiting on the whitelist. We also have 100 plus node validators that are ready to join. And on the fundraising side, we have 5 launchpads that are ready, and 3 tier 2 exchange with whom we are already in negotiation.
Yeah, the June token is the token that will validate all the blockchains in the network. It's the native token of the Juneo ecosystem. We take this a little bit further because since the beginning we are talking with the Swiss authorities. The HQ is in Zug. And we just got recognized by the Swiss Financial Authority as utility. We have the documents to prove it. So, by a non-action letter, and of course we have declared the public sale. The tokenomics are a little bit different. We can go on deeper, but we don't have tokenomics with billions of tokens. They will be gradually released until 2031. The team, we have a team of 25 plus members all across Europe. We have working during 3 years under the radar, assembling the team with 10 plus developers and growing. Juneo is ready to launch. It's not for the next 2 years. The technology is there. It will happen end of the year or first quarter of 2024. The key takeaways. When we speak about democratization, what it means, what is the bottleneck that we solve? For example, in Avalanche, there is 400 subnets, equivalency of the supernets, with 2,000 blockchains. In order to go mainnet, they need to stake for 60 million. What we do this winter, we will grant them all the tokens that they can join the Juneo network and, of course, connect to Avalanche for farming different assets on the C-chain. We have bootstrap for the first 2 years with our own funds. We have raised on FNF 1.5 million. We have launched the testnet, the core tools. So we build. Right now, we are here to launch and scale. So please, If you want to go a little bit deeper, or have more insight, join us on the meeting rooms, and thank you for listening.
Okay, next, I won't take too much time because I get the great pleasure to introduce our company CMO, who happens to be one of my favorite people in the world as well, Mr. Rob Rambo-Polito, and they will be talking about adaptive success, how to remain on the cutting edge in the Web3 era. Rob, come on to the stage.
Working? Did you guys turn this one on? Good. All right, so this was supposed to be a marketing panel, and I guess we had a little mix-up. All of the people on the panel are VCs, so when we went over the questions, I think we had a little mix-up of who was actually going to be on the panel and what we were going to do. So it's actually pretty fitting, though, because the title of this was Adaptive Success, which, was going to cover kind of the unpredictable nature of Web3, how you adapt, how you become successful when things are changing every day, new metas, new regulations, just on top of an already very risky asset, very volatile in every way. The technology's volatile, right? All this stuff. That was what it was going to be about, and how you can market in that framework. But instead of that, we're going to, and one of the panelists dropped too. So instead of that, we're going to turn it into a sort of maybe like a mixed panel, where we're going to have a little bit to talk about investing in this current market, maybe how that relates to marketing. We're not really sure how it's going to come together, but we pulled in another panelist, Key. You remember him? He was the moderator from the first panel. Very knowledgeable guy, has a mixed background of marketing and VC. So we're going to try to bring it together in an interesting way. And we will see how that happens. So, we're going to do a little dance up here for you guys, and, hopefully you enjoy that. It's a little more interesting than what it would have been in the first place, so we'll see. Oh, and both of you guys are up here already. Perfect. And a few people are still getting mic'd up. So maybe we'll let these guys introduce themselves, and then we can take it from there when the rest of the guys come up.
Is it working? Okay, thank you. So my name is Renato Brioni. Christopher, why don't you jump up? Go ahead. Thanks. I am the general partner from Mocha Ventures, which is supposedly be the first regulated digital assets fund from Liechtenstein. We went down the regulatory aspect of the story before the market crashed, and this attracted quite a number of family offices in Europe who were skeptical about putting the money between digital assets because they didn't have the custodian banks and they didn't want an FTX to happen. So in essence, that's what we do, and we invest in companies who are Web 2, going to Web 3, solving the real world problems, real business problems, typically business to business, with a whole bunch of due diligence behind it, because we are not the fastest kid on the block, but because of that, we try to be a little bit more safer than other players out there. So that's about me.
Hey guys, I'm Key from Dubai. I have been in the blockchain space since 2013. We have seen through multiple trends in the space, and our biggest learning is not only how fast it moves, but how slow some of the ideologies percolate through the space. And having been there, our major focus has been to bring the Web 2 business value with the Web 3 technologies. And Utopian Capital focuses on investing in such businesses since 2018. We have an accelerator in Dubai called Key Difference, which primary focus is to bring developing country founders to developed countries in the Web3 world. And this is the space I've been for the last 10 years, and this is what excites me, and I'm very happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Christophe de Courson. I launched one of the first European blockchain funds back in 2017 in Luxembourg, called On M Capital, and then moved to Dubai as well, and launched another investment vehicle, more designed as a family office. So no more LPs, no more regulation for us. And the idea is to invest, but not just investing money, but trying to accompany companies. This is what I did for the last 2 years with a game, raising a successful game that raised a lot of money. And this is what I'm doing again with a company in DeFi called Credible, and also doing some angel investment.
Hi everyone, happy to be here with you on Agora event. My name is Taras Jaworski. I am general partner at Risk Capital. Started to invest in Web3 since 2018, and in 2021, together with two other partners, we created Risk Capital. So it's the reason why we name ourselves 3X, because we have three partners who combine experience, knowledge, and so far we did 45 investments, mainly in tokens. Our ticket size range from 50 up to 250, $300,000. And right now we are focusing more on AI startups, blockchain infrastructure, DeFi and GameFi projects.
Nice. All right. Great. So I'm Rob Rambo. I'm the CMO of Kelsier Capital. We do incubation, investment, and really kind of the bottom side of a lot of the Web3 stuff, where we do the community building, and we kind of we take an opposite approach to a lot of things, where we actually create a lot of the demand for some of the products that people have. Because let's not be kidding ourselves here. There's not a lot of product market fit for a lot of things that come into Web3, right? So you have to kind of you have to create that demand in a lot of situations. So that's really what we focus on, and why we've been successful, and why some of our investments have been very successful. And some of our other clients' investments have been successful, because we can really help them understand what's happening in the market right now, maybe where they should place their investments, what trends are emerging, and what trends we can help emerge. So really that's, I think, what we've been focusing on for the past 12 to 18 months. Probably what we'll be focusing on for the foreseeable future too. So let's start with Renato. We were talking earlier, you had an interesting graphic about startups that fail, right? About the amount of startups that fail.
Yes.
Do you want to maybe kind of pop that out and just show people, or talk about that a little bit?
I asked the organizers, can we pop the picture, but we can't really, unfortunately. But if you download if you go to Crunchbase, and if you look at Google the graph about failed startups since 2001 until now, and you will see an alarming fact. We have analyzed all the startups as pre-Series A, so Series C, Series A, Series B. And you will see that from Q2 2021 until now, there was 107% of startups increase of failure. If you compare that to the last quarter, Q2 of last year, it's 47%. It's alarming. If you look at the percentage and break this down, you will see that seed is around 50%, and then 30% is Series A, and then 20% is Series B. And the question was like, why is this happening? And the answer is very simple. They were not focusing on the cash flow. They ran out of cash. And then you ask yourself, how can a Series A and Series B company run out of cash? They can. They were going for the market share instead of the pivotal client. They can then help them to get from one point to the next point. And there are good examples and bad examples. And a good example, we know one company from cybersecurity, blockchain cybersecurity, they sold after they pivoted from BA Systems in 18 months with only 10 clients for more than 75 mil, because they went and focused on the cash flow first and then big money later. So that's kind of our take from that.
Key, you want to add something to that?
I think my perspective, I think I can answer from the blockchain startups. We have always seen time and time in a traditional world, a startup has to focus on one thing, their cash flow, their clients, their business, their product market fit. But in the blockchain world, it's much more. You need to focus on your governance. You need to focus on your own currency, economics. So now you're trying to take the job of what governments are failing and banks are failing and giving it to a startup founder, especially a first-time startup founder, who do not have that background or that knowledge to be able to carry that. It's a huge weight on their shoulders. And then they'll have to deal with a product, which is usually forgotten in the blockchain space. You get a right tokenomics right, you get all of these parts set, looks good, investors are coming in, and then you think about the product after the launch, which is where the huge amount of startups fail. So now you divide a business into two parts in the blockchain world. One, how do you get to the market and get your token out? How do you build a product afterwards that gets customers? And you realize that, like in the gaming space or metaverse space that they saw in the recent times, They were able to get the token out, and they were able to get 100x multiples, and then there were no users to play the game. Where would we go next? What happens right now? So we need that to unite, which is one of the things that you highlighted as well. The Web 2 and Web 3 has to go hand in hand right now for it not to fail. And like I was explaining in one of my articles earlier, in a normal world, you just need to do one thing right to be successful. In the blockchain world, it's like full of landmines. You just should not do 100 wrong things for you to not to blow yourself up. So that's the, if you ask me what is one reason they fail, no, there's not one reason. A wrong advice from a wrong person, wrong exchange, there are many so-called investors who are not real investors in the space, or they kind of kill the cap table, and even those investors could be a reason. It could be a bad market maker because you're really running your own liquidity, and it can be anything. It can just be a bug in the contract, one small dot left out, a comma left out, and finally, I have actually had that instance, a particular project which did a great listing, they did a great job, everything went well. Only problem was that when they uploaded their vesting contract, they just added an extra 0. 1 0 that made them a 0. And things like this can happen in the space. It's numerical, it's mathematical. So there are way more clerical errors that can kill a business than any other time in the history.
It's such a great point, and I've had a very similar experience where, people don't realize, we realize it, but from outside of Web3, they don't realize how many things can go wrong here. And it's not like if, say, you're a major company and you're marketing, or even a startup in tech, right? You're not worrying about, the internet stopping working. You're not worrying about, a contingency plan isn't like, well, what if everyone's iPhones stop working? Like, then how do we sell this product now? That's not a concern. But here, 1 decimal point. We had a project once that we launched. They misplaced, it was a staking contract or something, they were unstaking, and they sent 15% of the token supply to one address, which, it wrecked the project. And we tracked it down and got it back, but that's the thing, 1 decimal point can ruin your entire project, a year of time, perfect marketing plans, great investment, they were watching their money, they had, big names on it on both sides, on Web 2 and Web 3, 1 decimal point like this. And it's, people don't understand that volatility and what you have to do to react in those situations, and that's like the part of, if you're an investor, an advisor, and you're managing your investments, that's why we like to take a very hands-on approach, in our company, is just at least to make sure that those little things, that can wreck a project. And I think, I'd like to hear from you guys too about, what you have experienced in that. Have you had any experience with that? Like we're saying, a lot of them fail, but what have been some things that you noticed maybe of why some of your investments possibly didn't do as well as they should have?
Probably I will start. So first one is probably time to market. I met so many founders and teams that cannot deliver and realize their product as they planned so. So they created a really nice roadmap, but in reality, they just postpone every month, every quarter, what they want to deliver. They were thinking, okay, we need to do additional feature, we need to do something else, we want to change something, etc. But it's not the way how it works right now in Web3 especially. Market is changing every month. So even what you're thinking, 3 months ago, will not deliver and will not work right now. So you need to create your product or your service as soon as possible and try it. Show your audience, show your customer, check, will they like it? Do they want to use it on a daily, weekly basis? About threads, I just discussed yesterday. They launched just a week ago. Right now, who are using threads? Are you posting there?
No, it's dropped off
yes.
dramatically.
It's crazy.
It's like down 40% in a week.
Or we discussed this radio stuff. You remember a year ago or something like that, they launched it. Right now, who is using that stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
So time to market is really important, and you need to deliver your product as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think it's super important. I don't know who follows the NFT space closely, but there was one called Ether on Ethereum, right? They had, this really goes to how hype-driven a lot of this stuff is, right? And once you get that hype and that momentum, you have to know when to release the product. And they had it going last year. At the end of the year, they could have raised easily $15, $20 million, easily.
And they waited, and they just went to market about, I think, 2 weeks ago, and they failed to even sell out half of their collection. I mean, I think they raised like maybe 3 or 4 million, which is still decent. It's not terrible, but I mean, from 15, 20 to 2 to 4 is a pretty massive jump, just because they delayed from November until now. What's that? 7, 8 months, something like that. And if they had understood that, I mean, we were all telling them, you have to launch, you have to do it. And it's just something that simple, is understanding the meta, understanding the time, understanding, you know, when is the time to get it out.
I would like to add 2 more things. Second one is to think about how you can earn money. I believe everyone forgot why we are doing a business. Why we are doing a business? We need to earn money. So why startups thinking, okay, we will earn money, I know, in year, or even they don't have a really good business plan in place.
Mm-hmm.
So try to earn money from day one. So users need to pay money. You need to pay to earn money from your startup.
Yeah, it's super important too, because a lot of them they don't have any plan for that. They launch and then they just say, well, you know, and a lot of things with NFTs too was royalties. That was how they were going to earn money. They don't have any actual product to sell. So I think that's why a lot of them fail, is that nobody actually needs a lot of the things that they're trying to do.
And third one, I believe it's to think a lot about their token. So to launch token before everything is done, and token, from my experience, for 80% of startups can do much harder situation, because token will dump and user will be not satisfied.
Yeah.
Investors will be not satisfied.
Yeah.
And you will just pissed off.
I think that was a really good point yesterday. I forget who said it, with the you're all going to jail if you head up a DAO, and then the other thing was don't launch a token because your investor told you to launch it. They're probably not doing you any favors. So yeah, it's a great point, really great point.
You need to launch token just in case when you think it's really necessary to do so.
All right, it needs to make sense. Yeah, if you want it to last, it needs to make sense. Yeah. Do you want?
I agree with everything.
Do you concur?
Well, it's the problem when you're at the left one, you know. No, I concur. I concur. Yeah, there is a good point here. Is like, I think there is a lack of knowledge of entrepreneurs knowing how VCs, businesses, how we win money is not because they're going to sell that we're going to win money right away. And so it's a business like any other thing. To be back on how they failed, etc. I think, well, there's some good projects as well. It's not just everything to throw, but I think it's following in the crypto space, following the market. So entrepreneurs end up with, I was going to say, well, a lot of money when it's a bull market. We're throwing money to them, and then when it's bear market, it's the end of the world for them, because they spend so much without counting anything, and because it's you know this sentiment that is going to stay forever, right? But at the end of the day, myself, I don't know you guys, but my best investment has been in crypto winters, because then entrepreneurs have a hard time to raise money, and they're really building something that mattered. It's more tech, it's more protocols, there was more meanings, right?
Yeah, I think Gideon said that before too, very nicely. There's no more sugarcoating, there's no more fluff. This is kind of like really getting to the point with the investment and the projects.
But like, it's also, the problem is that it's cycles, in the space. So for the last now 18 months to 2 years, I'm just receiving decks from gaming, NFTs, stuff. I like gaming. I have been doing this for 2 years. We raised $12.5 million for a company. I invested in another game, but it looks like it's just about that. And where is the innovation?
Right.
And it's about the hypes, right?
I think that's
now if you do DeFi, they're going to tell you, well, but this is not a hype.
It really goes to you have to understand, right, those macro cycles of what's happening right now. Is it a gaming cycle? Is it a DeFi cycle?
But what's going to be the next one?
That's the question. I mean, what is going to be the next one? Let's discuss that. What do you think is going to be the next cycle coming out of this? Say Bitcoin were to run up, towards the end of the year. The halving is next year. We're going up even further. Maybe Bitcoin goes to 100K. Let's imagine, right? What is going to be the next cycle? What are we looking at?
Retired. 100K, we're retired.
That's the goal, right? Yeah, retired. Perfect. All right, panel's over, guys.
I think, yeah, go ahead. From my end, what I foresee is that these trends that we are referring to are areas of interest. It's something that everyone obsesses about because there's one winner. And if that one winner, like in OpenAI, came in, and then now the whole AI space is booming, and if there's one such winner in any of the other spaces, then everyone will start running behind it. Or you just get a new animal token, like the new Shiba Inu or one of those, and then people run behind that. I think it's really where the money flows. The money flows towards anticipation of success, where they believe they can multiply something. Because even when we refer to the point in case that where is the cash flow from businesses, or you're not making money, then if they're not making money, why are investors investing with them? All the social media companies, tech companies during the tech boom of last many years, the investors were the ones who were driving that. It was not just something that happened out of the blue. There was money flowing towards them, which made them comfortable, which made them focus on what the investors like, more users and more familiarity. So there is a direct incentive for them, the market-driven incentive. If that incentive changes from, okay, you don't get the money for free anymore, you need to have cash flow, then it would differ. Irrespective of the bull and bear market, look at the PE space. You always need your revenue or profit multiple, otherwise it doesn't work. In the VC space, it is a much more driven by the emotions than just the numbers in the balance sheet. So I think that's the same thing that continues even with the trends that's evolving in the space. I would foresee that the upcoming trend need not be in one of these sectors like the gaming, metaverses, each of those. There's an underlying foundational or fundamental areas where progress should be happening to meet up with what's happening in the world. So one of the reasons why ZK has been growing, it's not related to any of this. It can work with every one of those elements. This is foundational to the whole ecosystem, whole industry. It is needed for us to take a step ahead with privacy and for how we perceive the connection between the traditional world and the world of Web3. The philosophies of Web3 of privacy, anonymity, and the philosophy of Web2 about safety, security, regulation. How do we bridge both? And ZK solved that as an answer. So those are the trends I'm looking at, which is more on the baseline, not on the top, on what you're building, how you're building. Because tomorrow a new area might come across, a new segment of business might come across, but this foundation is what blockchain represents. That's why we even came into the space for the technology.
Right, right.
To build on what Christopher has said, look, if we would know what the future holds, we have a crystal ball, we'll be like much richer today than tomorrow. But history, they say, doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhymes. And if you read any of the sensical investors of our past, let's say Sir John Templeton, right? He was arguably one of the best stock picker in last century. He said the maximum time of the maximum pessimism is the time when you invest, right? And time of the maximum optimism is tied to when you sell. Now, to do that, it requires tremendous patience and tremendous discipline, which a lot of us lack because human greed. We want to do things fast. Startups. So here in this conference, we have obviously the two sides of the coin, right? We have the startups looking for investments. We have investors looking for startups, right? It's a bear market. People are a little bit scared. They're trying to see when is this going to end? What is the next trend? Is it going to be GameFi? Is it going to be DeFi? Is it going to be something else? It's like 2000s. It's the same thing. Internet was an enabler then. Blockchain is an enabler now. We just look at this technology as an enabling technology to make businesses either more efficient or effective or remove the middleman. If you have that, they will make the money. It's very, very common sense. And I personally think, and this is just me, in the morning when I'm reading the news, it's just we lost common sense. Okay, we have allowed people like FTX and others, there was no corporate governance, or we were over-leveraging like in Celsius as investors. Again, either greed or we were in a more, as you said, because we liked the character of the persona who is running it, and then we let them do stuff. If you put checks and balances in there and just roll up your sleeves a little bit more and do your due diligence, not just the technical one and financial one, but if you could focus as an investor maybe on a soft skills, like if you send your team and actually check, is there anybody on the other side on the deck, or they just have teams all over the place and that's actually not a team. And if you spend maybe 7 days or so, or see actually a person face to face before you invest the money into them, which is, I understand, hard during the COVID, but now we can do that. it does help you a lot. So we don't have an answer when and how, but if you look at the big data and if you can make a sensible conclusions of potentially when this is going to end and then where it's going to go, and you will probably not lose money unless you do something extremely stupid.
Right. Good. Those both really good points. I concur. No, but really, I would take the other side of this too, just from the marketing perspective, right? What do I want to market for the next year? What do I think is going to be the easiest thing to market from now until Bitcoin makes us all retire, right? What's going to happen till then? What we're really looking at is things that have a real use case, right? Kind of like you were saying, the underlying point. What's the point? What are we doing? What are we adding to existing businesses? We've seen a couple here. We've got tokenized carbon credits, right? We've got things like that. We've got like AI, right? Solving problems, right? The guys here, I think they'll give a presentation later about, all kinds of different industries that they can do, blockchain plus AI, all that sort of stuff. Real companies that are using blockchain is basically what it is. I mean, that's what we're looking at. So I don't know, next cycle, because you already have, like you said, it might not be one of these existing cycles, because they're saturated. There's 2 million GameFi projects, right? I mean, what one's going to come out on top? I don't know. 10 of them maybe? 12, 15? I don't know. What's max? Not that many.
Yeah, but sorry, but I agree with you. But it's all because we have 2 million GameFi projects. Then at some point, Sony, Microsoft, Xbox, they will understand that they need to put NFTs in gaming, and it makes a lot of sense. Sure. And it's true in every sector, right? It's a bloodbath. They're all going to die for 90% of those games. That's for sure. Yeah. And it's not because it's bad. It can be bad timing. It can be anything they mentioned earlier. So, but you need to pave the way first. And so, and right now, no one wants to jump. Like if you take Ubisoft, they're starting to invest in some games. That makes sense. They're learning. They don't care about. They gave us 500K. I don't think they care about the money. They are learning.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So,
I think it's a good point with the GameFi stuff too.
but it's true in every sector.
Yeah, I mean, right, and they're going to learn, and they're going to do it themselves much better.
But the problem is that we have been focusing just on finance and not really on. And not.
Okay, sorry. You want to add one last thing, and then I guess we'll wrap this up.
Before they throw a phone at us.
Last thing from my side is with regulation will come mass adoption, and with mass adoption we will see a next bull run.
And we'll see that again. Well, hopefully we all can take advantage of that, and hopefully you guys like this panel. It's a bit improv, a good crossover of VC.
It was a good improv.
It was good, some good improv. Perfect. Make sure you tip us on the way out. Thank you.
I think there was a question.
Ask the boss.
Ask
the boss over there.
One quick question.
It's not a question, but just a comment. You mentioned about certain failures, such as cash flow, the bad business plan. But I think the main reason for that is how many startups really go down to the basic route of doing their own market research, whether that particular area is really needed, and also having the right financial and human resources in place. There's about 20 different items I've listed, but because of the next time, I'll be happy to share with you a separate one. I've been there, as a startup entrepreneur in various markets, and I know what it takes to start up a new venture and what are the things to take care of. I'll be happy to share that more.
Thank you. Do you want me to go in?
What? What's that?
Do you want me to go and answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So I think when you asked about market research, it is the second slide in the deck. And if you Google it, the first infographic goes there. And that is the amount of research most of the blockchain companies have done. So I would say less than 1% have gone into the depth. And that's one of the good reasons, and human resource as well. I think that's not even covered. So unless you drill down, you ask them those questions, and you give them a month more to come back with a new deck, you don't find that amount of energy put into creating something holistically, because you have that experience of building a real business. And most of them here are first-time founders, and they're running behind a trend. So it takes a lot more experience, a lot more of understanding, deep diving before that can be ingrained. And I think it's something that if a third party is not holding them accountable to it, investors should be the ones getting them to focus on that. In which case, in a bull market, the pedigree works a lot, so they don't really dive in. And that's one of the reasons why the industry had these recent challenges. So it has to start from somewhere. Someone has to push that on every case-by-case basis to bring that as a standard in the space.
Yeah, but sorry, but there is. I think there is a lack also of investors doing their jobs, especially in crypto. We are a few doing real due diligence, asking for financial, asking for legals, asking for everything, right? Having a mattress rating. Well, when I raised for another company 12 million, I did it in 6 weeks. No one asked for anything. They didn't even ask if my wallet was a wallet corporate account. So at some point, yeah, sometimes the deck is not very good, but also most of the VC doesn't ask anything.
You see, the most critical point or the crux of the matter there is you do the research and then you put that into an appropriate business plan. But if you have your flawed business plan, then that's going to lead to disaster. And that's what we are seeing. And this is why in the mature markets, like North America, for example, you see between 65 to 80% startups doing fail. And I'm not talking about the data for the last 10 years. You look at Asia, it's about 90% of that. Look at Middle East, even more than that. So I think, you need to get down to the basics and see what exactly are the market trends, what market is it looking for, what exactly you need to have it in place in order to be successful. What are the things you need to avoid? I think those are the things one has to really sit back rather than just go with the market trend. There's a metaverse, gaming trend.
Yeah, but you're forgetting something. Like I was saying, VC is a business, and we have LPs. And so when your big LPs coming and said, "What the fuck are you investing in this for?" The trend is not that. It's a business.
It's a business that has to be.
Yeah, you get it. So this is entrepreneurs that doesn't understand that it's a business as well. Thank you.
But thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panelists.
This is par for the course for all of Rob's meetings. He's got a lot of good things to say, but they almost always go over. So it's funny that it continued in not Zoom, but here. All right.
I still have a mic, so be careful what you say.
I won't take too much time since we went a bit late there. So I'll introduce Ana Herrera, the senior editor of Crypto at Bloomberg, talking about how funds and VCs invest during a crypto bear market.
I guess the panelists are still getting mic'd up. No, just to start joining. Yeah, come on stage. No? Okay, we're having some tech issues, which leaves me in the awkward position of being on a stage on my own with blinding lights. All right. We're missing one more, yeah? Okay. All right, so I'm going to start off by being a lazy moderator. I'm going to ask you guys to really, really briefly introduce yourselves, just to set the stage so people get a sense of what you guys focus on. Obviously, it's a panel about VC investment, so you'll have an idea, but just to be a little bit more specific. Do you want to start off?
Sure. Hi, this is Animesh. Good morning to you all. I'm representing a multifamily office called Systematics, which invests in cross-asset portfolio, including an alternative slice that focuses on startups, tech startups, and particularly active in the blockchain space as well. We are also planning to roll out an accelerator later this year that will be focused on 2 cohorts. One is the diversity and inclusion, and the other one is blockchain.
Brian?
Hi, my name is Brian, and right now I'm in between funds, but I was the founding partner of IVC, which is a general Web3 fund based out of Asia, and we did about 189 investments back in 2022, and we focused mainly on GameFi, infrastructure, and Web3.
I'm Joseph. I'm an investment partner at CMT Digital. CMT Digital is a Web3 and blockchain fund. We've been investing in the space since 2015 and have two primary functions. One is a liquid trading desk for mostly tokens, and we do some market making arbitrage as well. And then venture capital. We've made over 100 investments in the Web3 space since 2017, and we're currently investing out of our third fund.
Morning, everyone. I'm Nathan Pearson-Smith. I'm CEO at 18 Ventures, which is a early-stage venture fund here in the UK. Our investments mostly focus on pre-seed, seed investments, and early stage, all venture. Most of our investments have been in the infrastructure space, decentralized applications, and also GameFi. We've been one of the most active funds in the UK in the last 3 years.
All right, so now we've set the stage. I'm going to get right into it. Obviously, we've been in a bear market now for well over a year. I think it's fair enough to ask, what lessons have VCs learned over the past year? Brian, do you want to start since you'd made so many investments?
Sure, yeah. At my previous fund, we were usually the first check-in, and we started the fund pretty much during the peak of the bear market, peak of the bull market. So during those times, companies would come to you and pitch you, and then pretty much you have to give them an answer at the end of the pitch. And everyone was FOMOing into these deals, and we did a lot of FOMOing. I mean, we did 189 deals, so we did a lot of GameFi deals that we probably shouldn't have, but those were much smaller tickets. And towards the end of the bull market, we then started to actually look at if the company actually had a white paper, or even if they had a plan for revenue, and pretty much that was what we learned.
Joseph, do you have anything? What was your perspective? I guess it's a good one for almost everyone to share their views, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So I think what we've really focused on in the last year is geographies, business models that have positive unit economics. We've been focused a lot on more kind of founder references. Can we sort of trust the management team? And we're doing a lot of reference checks on these founders, kind of, what have you built before? What do we kind of think is the quality of the team? And this all comes down to just having more time for diligence, I think. So, as Brian mentioned, a lot of these deals last year and the year before, you would have a week basically to close a deal. So I think with that, as kind of we iterate more on our process internally, figuring out how to do these kind of fundamental diligence items more quickly so that we can get into good deals that are moving quickly, and then kind of filter out the ones that wouldn't necessarily be good to be invested in. So those are kind of things we've really focused on in the last year.
Nathan?
For us, I think one of the key learning points that we're going to take into the next cycle is, as a VC firm, or at the kind of lower end of the spectrum as well in terms of investing, you really want to try and be heavy in your investment as early as possible when the buck is starting to change and the trend is starting to change. So if we've been super bearish for a long time and there's just a small hint of bullishness coming around the corner, you want to be super heavy in terms of your investment, and actually you want to be as risk on as possible whilst the narrative is about to change, so that you can essentially see a lot of the upside. And then when things start to look quite euphoric, when everybody's making money, especially your Uber driver, and that's really when you want to start scaling out and being risk off. So for us, I think one of the key things we're going to be looking at across the whole market is how many people are kind of onto the same idea. And sometimes when you're super early, you're doing things at the right time. And then when the whole crowd is doing well, making money, everyone's talking about the same thing, that's generally when you want to start to be, risking off.
And Amesh, you have like more of a broad perspective, right? Because it's not just crypto. So how has that, but at the same time, there's been a crypto bear market, but it's not been like all, flowers and rainbows and unicorns for tech VCs in general. So like what are the differences you've seen, and how do you approach crypto differently than or blockchain, than other sort of areas? Like how has the bear market impacted your view?
So we invested in the crypto blockchain tech startups space with two strategies as part of a multifamily office, because we had a couple of LPs, you can say, and what we initially focused on in the past 2-3 years was on piggybacking, where we looked at who's on the cap table, who are the people behind, if they are serial founders, etc. That was one strategy. Second was we used an outsourcing alpha strategy, where we started investing in a few funds who were then doing the due diligence and selecting. So essentially, as a family office, you don't have a very huge team of analysts, etc., who can focus on the screening and selection. So that was what we did in the past 2-3 years, and those years have been challenging. So how we have navigated is become a little bit more active, and that's the reason why we're coming up with the accelerators, because we can augment to the founders at an early stage, where we have a smaller check size, and second is that it gives visibility around how the initial project is shaping up, what sort of team building is going on, what sort of product development and rollout is going on, and we can contribute directly to it rather than have a manager in between. So that is what affected our portfolio, not significantly because it was only a small portfolio, alternative slice of the larger one, but other asset classes also haven't done really well. So it's been tough, but now with this active management and augmentation approach, we want to directly invest into early stage startups in this space.
So Nathan, you were mentioning sort of a changing market. Do you think we are turning a corner? What do you guys think? Like, how are you approaching it now? Like thinking we're about to enter a new cycle? Are you preparing for another few months of tragedy and zombie companies and runways ending?
Yeah.
And
I think we do have some more downturn to come, unfortunately. I also do feel like, I've been here since 2017, and I remember what it was like during the back end of 2018, going into 2019, in what was peak bear market. Bitcoin was probably trading somewhere around $3,500. ETH is around $200, which seems insane prices. And although we've been through the large part of the bear market and we are heading towards the end of that, and Bitcoin is hovering around 30K, if you look at where we were, just right after FTX, Bitcoin's trading somewhere around 17, 18K. I would argue that a lot of the sentiment is still the same, even though we're almost 2x in price in terms of Bitcoin. But I would argue that a lot of the sentiment, the negativity, the general feeling of being in crypto is fairly negative. And unfortunately, I do feel like that is still going to remain for quite some time. And then we probably tail out of that going into January next year. So we're cautious. We are very optimistic about the future. Having been through a number of cycles right now, we do feel like 24, 25, 26 are going to be amazing years for this space, and some massive breakthroughs will happen. For now, it's a case of hunker down, build a network, build connections that will take you through to the next market. But I do feel like there is more downturn to come. And we've had some positive news recently with Ripple, obviously, and their SEC case. But how far did that take us? We hovered around 31K or so. I feel like there's still more to come.
what are some of the, I see you nodding, Joseph, what are some of the signs that you would be looking at to know, what point of the cycle we're in? That's not just the price, right? Because I mean, I guess the price is a good indicator, but it arguably, you know, after FTX, it didn't even fall as much as you would have thought. Like if someone had told you last year in May, FTX is going to collapse and everything that happened, you would have said it's going to go to zero. So what are some of the things?
Yeah, I think for us, I don't know if my microphone is working. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay. So some of the things that we look for are, and I work on the venture side mostly, so a lot of our earlier stage deals is the sort of capital supply versus the capital demand for kind of within the startup funding market. So if you look at the valuations, the venture capitalists 2 years ago and a year ago were price takers. So they were basically being dictated terms by founders because there was so much capital. And the LPs, so LPs into funds, basically were just pouring capital into crypto funds, which means that the funds felt that like there was this infinite sort of supply of capital that would be constantly funding into these deals. So once FTX, 3AC, Celsius, et cetera, happened, the LPs became more cautious and the VCs realized, okay, well, once I get through this fund, I might have a harder time raising another fund. And so I'm going to slow the pace of deployment, and therefore founders basically saw that there was a lack of capital. Negotiations were kind of more in favor of the VCs at that point for valuations. So I think to your question, what do we look for? I think we look for the limited partner market to come back so that the funds feel comfortable allocating capital so that they can then subsequently raise more funds. I think we look for the negotiations in private rounds, so earlier stage especially, to become more balanced between capital and entrepreneurs. And then I think kind of just from a macroeconomic standpoint, the easy money policies that most central banks had during COVID have really shifted. So we see interest rates going up, kind of tightening happening. And once that cycle kind of tapers off, I think we'll see capital and LPs kind of returning to funds on these risk-on assets. So kind of the long tail distribution of the risk. The capital's moved away, and once we see it coming back, I think we'll see crypto coming back out of the cycle.
Brian, you're sort of starting a new adventure, you're raising a new fund, right? So how is it now compared to before, and like what are you doing differently, and you know, what are the opportunities now that weren't there before?
So when I was raising my first fund, IVC, I did 85 million in 3 months. Now, in this market, there's a lot of funds that's been out there trying to raise, and it's been very difficult for them. We were lucky enough to have secured a pretty good anchor, and it's taken us longer than we expected, but we've done about half of what we wanted to raise, and it took us probably about 3 months to do that. So right now, you know, exactly what Joseph was saying, capital isn't pouring in as quickly as it was 2 years ago. People that are investing in you they're either strategics and they understand what they're getting from you, or they have to really believe in what your strategy is when you set up your fund.
So having just talked about gloomy things that's trying to cheer people up a bit, or at least change, what are some of the areas that you see as opportunities now? Like you have funds, you're having to put money somewhere. Where are you putting your money, basically?
Yes.
Animesh, do you want to start?
Yeah,
then
sure.
I can guess it's one for everyone, as I assume you might have different things you're looking at.
Sure. So I'll continue on the theme of your previous question as well. You know, how we have seen historically the space evolve is around some milestone events. So from a quant side, we look at the Bitcoin halving, which happened in 12, 16, 20, and then in the aftermath of that halving, in the 12 to 16 months after that, there was a surge across board. And of course, this was the quant cycle, and then there was the innovation cycle in which we were seeing ICOs happening, and then DeFi, CeFi, GameFi coming in, etc. So at this stage, we are gearing up maybe 7-8 months ahead of the next halving. And then we have a view that, you know, around that again, the quant cycle and the innovation cycle will surge, and that is the positive view with which we are rolling out these two thematic cohorts, one on the diversity side, other on the blockchain side. The idea is to have a diversified exposure across layer 1 and layer 2, a bit on the gamify side, a bit on the payment side as well, driven by some strong thematic exposure to strong use cases, maybe across healthcare or even on the financial services side, like for instance, trade finance side. A lot of use cases are evolving the traditional manner in which banking has been working. So those themes we think will continue to evolve and support the traditional financial services. That is where the technology behind blockchain will be buoyant around the next cycle of the surge around the Bitcoin halving. So that's our view around which we want to invest.
Brian, what's your thesis, I guess, now?
So for us, coming into our new fund, we believe that the onboarding of users onto crypto are going to be key for this coming cycle. So we're really focused on a lot of verticals that are basically verticals that can help onboard users. One, we believe games and GameFi are still one of the key entry points for people in Web 2 coming into Web 3. We still believe a lot of the regulation tech is going to be pretty big coming in to this cycle, just because of all the new regulations that are being set for each country. And then we still believe DeFi is going to make a return. We think that DeFi might not be what we think it is, but even staking of NFTs for games is still considered DeFi. So those are the verticals that we are looking at.
Joseph?
Yeah, so we're quite optimistic on the space. We're very convicted. We've led more deals this year than I think we did in all of 2022, for example, so we're very active. And I would say that our strategy is segmented in kind of three main areas. The first is just really heavy tech, so blockchain kind of construction, ZK proofs, how we funded some kind of searcher builder models in the Ethereum system recently. We also are focused on regulatory changes. So for example, I'm quite bullish on Europe with the passage of MiCA. I think we've seen a lot of the real-world assets and tokenization plays that will be, governed by this new regulatory framework where there is clarity, unlike certain other jurisdictions. So we're looking at a lot of those types of investments as well. And then thirdly, we're looking at geographies that are very interesting from a real-world kind of use case, bringing on the users. We've done recently investments in Africa and in Latin America that are just kind of very basic remittance, payments, custody, banking services, things like that, where a lot of the users in those countries don't necessarily have banking systems that work, for example, or central banks that have good monetary policies. So the flight into stablecoins or even Bitcoin as like a less volatile asset than your fiat currency is very exciting to us. So we've led a lot of those deals and kind of segment our thoughts currently across those three verticals.
Well, similarly to Brian, actually, we are long-term very bullish on games in crypto. We are long-term bullish on the tools and the vehicles that allow more people to interact and use crypto on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. Anything that ticks up and to the right, those daily transactions, the amount of activity happening on chain, across multiple chains as well. So we do feel like games as a daily activity is something that people will be using and interacting with to make their first foray into crypto, and allowing them to use crypto in a way that they don't necessarily realize or really care that they're using crypto, but they're earning from it or benefiting from it in some way. So games especially, we are long-term bullish on. A lot of our most successful investments, whether that's Polygon or Arbitrum, as L2s, which we see as essentially adoption layers of crypto. So what are the pieces of infrastructure and tooling that make it easier for people to, again, interact with crypto on a daily basis? especially at times when we've all seen where ETH, is not usable just because of transaction fees and spikes in activity on chain. So L2s are something we are really bullish on, and anything else that allows more people to interact with crypto. And in terms of short term, we do feel there is a lot of alpha and a lot of opportunity to make profits in terms of looking at revenue generating protocols. A lot of projects during 21 and 22 had a lot of hype around them, a lot of attention, a lot of attraction, but 1%, maybe 2% of those actually made revenue and were able to survive. And I do feel like anyone who adopts a model of clear, consistent revenue will be an outlier. If you look at protocols like GMX, Uniswap, and there are others that are now starting to emerge over the last few months, those will be an exciting opportunity for investors to pour heavy amounts of cash into. And equally, I think those opportunities and those types of projects which are generating revenue will be prime candidates to do a Series A, Series B, and that's when we get into the real meat of interesting opportunities in crypto for larger players to invest in. So short term, anything that generates consistent revenue is a really good opportunity in terms of being able to make significant gains as a VC.
What about layer ones? Like, are those, you think, is that done? Like, it's the ones that we have now that will emerge, or you still look at those? Like, is there an opportunity there to still?
I think, in terms of layer ones, there's probably one that hasn't released yet or launched yet, which is going to be majorly successful. There's probably 2 or 3 of those. There's a great batch of layer ones already, but I think the layer one game is something that was always going to be chased, right? So I think there's definitely more to come that we don't know about yet.
So obviously, just another big thing that happened this year was this massive regulatory crackdown, especially out of the US, right? Like maybe abroad. Elsewhere, we had rules coming in place, which is quite different, but in the US, it keeps going. So, and with the SEC basically saying they think every token is an unregistered security, we have lots of funds in the US who had mandates just to invest in tokens. So, how do you approach like investments that you might have there? What are you seeing from founders? Brian, like how do you go about with this big US problem, even if you are based elsewhere? Like, how do you touch that market if you have to?
So our new fund is being based out of Hong Kong. We believe that Hong Kong is actually probably the most forward-thinking place right now for crypto. And a lot of the US companies or US founders, we see them actually opening up companies in other parts of the world. They won't be opening up in the US. They're either opening up in, before it was Singapore, it was also Dubai. I think Hong Kong is going to get a lot more of these companies. I think Europe is another place that we think is going to have a lot more founders from the US coming. And I think because Andreessen is opening up their accelerator here too, which means a lot more companies will be coming here in Europe.
And how do you, Animesh, approach the US sort of regulatory uncertainty, I guess you would be able to call it, or unfriendliness?
Yeah, true. I mean, last year we had seen a suite of challenges around Luna, Celsius, and then the saga of FTX, etc. I think it's for a general outsourcing or piggybacking strategy, you don't really dip into that layer of due diligence. You haven't in the past, but now, given the cycles that we have seen around these crackdowns, the change that we have made in our investment process is centered more around engaging third parties for due diligence of large checks when you are doing direct investments. That bit of extra time that you take during the due diligence, and if you're spending a few grants of dollars on that additional due diligence from a third party, really helps both on the regulatory side or commercial due diligence side, or even on the technical due diligence side, which was largely absent in the past. Even though the check sizes were larger, now the check sizes have been reduced with our strategy.
Are you trying to whisper?
Sorry. Sorry, I'll repeat. Yeah, So what has happened in the past is we relied less on the due diligence on the commercial or technical side because we were more focused on the outsourcing and piggybacking strategy. Now that we are more focused on the direct investment, we are engaging more third-party advisory, boutique advisory firms which help us, run a little bit of due diligence on these direct investments. So that is how we are trying to tackle the regulatory uncertainties as well as the tech side or the product side of the founders that we try to back.
Thank you for repeating that.
I can,
go ahead.
Yeah, I can add a bit of context there. So our team is based in the US primarily. We have legal structures in place where we can touch tokens outside of the US, and we kind of keep exclusively our token holdings outside the US for the reasons that were stated, kind of the SEC uncertainty and regulatory uncertainty at this point in the US. As far as equity goes, we're still happy to hold equity in the US in the blockchain space. And then with regards to kind of other jurisdictions, Europe we're pretty excited about. So the sort of passporting of licenses from EU member countries into the MiCA regulation is going to help a lot of the sort of startups coming to Europe to be under a regulatory framework that is clear. And that includes tokens. So I think that sort of token equity combination in jurisdictions that are friendly to the industry are going to see massive influxes of capital and entrepreneurs, and we're really betting on that.
So we don't have a lot of time, but I want to see if anybody has any questions from the audience. No? Oh, one there, yeah. I don't think there's a mic, so just yell, yeah. Okay.
What do you think about music? I haven't heard the word music too much yesterday and today. Do you think music has a future in the Web3 world?
I invested in a company called Rsong. That's the one with that's backed by John Legend. And right now, they are pivoting their business model into where artists can make beats, make music, and then use blockchain to track their earnings on it. So that's something that's quite exciting. John Legend has committed to do something like 10 beats a month and putting it onto the website, and then people can then buy his beats and then lay tracks over it, and then other people can do the same thing, and then that will keep, using blockchain will then keep track of everybody that's going to be able to make money from eventually someone using those beats to create a song.
I've come across a few different projects working on blending blockchain, crypto, and music. Obviously, no one's reached mass velocity yet in terms of adoption, but I do feel like that is something that definitely will come. It's too big of a space to not be tackled by crypto successfully. Now, whether or not it's a from the ground up Web3 company that does that and reaches that success, I'm not quite so sure. I think there's more likelihood that it's someone in Web2, whether it's Apple, Spotify, whoever, or a media company, who will build in a crypto native solution to what they already do. Take Spotify, for example. They've got more probably data than anyone in terms of artists and royalties and the amount of listens and things like that. I wouldn't suspect it's too difficult for them to enable some kind of, if you're an artist and you want to reward the people who listen to your music the most each week or each month, the people, imagine like if we talk about soulbound tokens, for example. If an artist releases an album and you're the first person that listens to that album on day one, is there some kind of soulbound token royalty or lifetime reward that you get from doing that? Probably. And it's a very simple use case. So will it happen? I have no doubt about that. When it happens, I'm not quite so sure. But I think it's most likely a Web2 company already in music that allows the functionality for something like that to take place.
All right, I think we've run out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Nathan said something super important there. He said during these difficult times, you have to hunker down, get disciplined, and build a network. So before I let you guys go, one just quick question. Who feels like in this last day or two, you've made at least one meaningful connection here? Show of hands. All right, good. Everyone's doing their job. Okay, so we're going to go next to, coffee break. I guess the meetings have already started. So if you're an investor, grab a quick coffee. Next meeting session's already started, and then we'll see you here back after lunch. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Is this working? Great. Hope you all had a great lunchtime and great investor meetings. This is our last section, last block of both panels and a presentation. So really appreciate your time and attention. We're going to kick it off with a panel on DeFi and refi. I've heard refi talked about a lot, so I'm really excited to listen in. So please help me welcome to the stage Toby Lewis, our moderator. He's the CEO of Meadowlink Capital.
Hi. Incredibly excited. We've got a great set of panelists who are coming up to the stage right now to chat about some of my favorite topics, which are decentralized finance and regenerative finance. And I think that gives us a lot of the crypto market to dive into. I think it's going to be a very entertaining session. So. Great. So I think we'll introduce all of the panelists in order. So obviously, first to my left is Riz from Cardano. So Riz, what have you been up to in DeFi and wider topics? So.
Yeah, sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Riz Babani. I'm a partnerships manager at the Cardano Foundation. So I have a reasonable history in DeFi. I think maybe the best thing to touch on is why Cardano is so interesting for DeFi. So, for example, we have a protocol on there called Indigo, which allows you to mint synthetic assets using our cryptocurrencies. And what's interesting about ADA, which is the cryptocurrency for Cardano, is that it's a fully liquid staking experience on the blockchain. So actually, when you lock it up as collateral to mint any synthetic assets on this particular protocol, you can still earn rewards and a return from that staking experience. So you stake your crypto, it's locked up as collateral, and you also get to mint synthetic assets. And as a foundation, what we do is we help decentralized finance protocols and the like to set up on the Cardano blockchain. We work with a number of different entities to plug into the ecosystem and also make sure we have the sort of main liquidity providers there so that people can launch tokens and provide financial services in a decentralized way to participants.
And incredibly excited to dive into some of the most exciting developments in Cardano. But next up, we have Paolo at Blockchain Valley Ventures. And we've known each other for many years. So Paolo, excited to find out what you're up to at the moment.
Yes, okay. Thanks, Toby. It's a pleasure to meet you again. And thanks also for Agora, for the organizer, for having us again. Personally, I have been in blockchain since 2018, actually with Leor, who's a former colleague of mine from Blockchain Valley Ventures, as a Swiss-based early-stage investor in blockchain-related projects, specifically blockchain-enabled. That basically means that we didn't touch a lot of the crypto infrastructure or the tokens. We were looking at how blockchain can be used to enhance products and services. And so we have been a little bit peripheral, but I mean, having invested in a lot of B2B applications of blockchain, maybe, for example, apply to capital markets, apply to asset management, apply to digital currencies, and so on, we are fortunate enough not to have lived through the ups and downs, but on a steady growth of these companies. And so the first, some of the investments that we have done are now becoming, I would say, really centerpieces in certain verticals or industries, like, for example, real estate here in the UK, or in interbank exchanges, for example, across European banks. So in terms of exposure to blockchain and what keeps us excited, I think personally I'm a big believer in this trend where real-world assets will move into blockchain sooner or later. Projects like Centrifuge, for example, is something that I monitor very, very, very closely. I also believe that there is this general trend. Everybody's talking about real-life use cases. I mean, if you don't have that and you only have speculation, this is not going to be useful to people, and it will be sooner or later left behind. So that's a little bit another point. And in terms of all what is happening, I think the technology is being built, the infrastructure is being built. There will be a moment where the different pieces all together will make a sense. And so at the moment, we are a little bit like in this moment where there is no clear trend, no clear direction, and there's a lot of uncertainty. But sooner or later, it will start to make sense, and people will start to use the centralized digital identity, the centralized wallets, the centralized finance, own your own money, and so on. So I think it's a matter of time, but it's going to be longer than expected.
And Jason, in terms of what you're doing at Kronos Ventures, what are you up to at the moment?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Toby. Yeah, so I'm Jason Brannigan. I've been investing in crypto personally since 2014, so just over 9 years. I also worked in traditional finance for 5 years, helping manage a $5 billion pension fund here in London. Kronos is one of the biggest market makers in crypto, kind of at the height of the bull run doing about $20 billion a day. And we've kind of been investing in DeFi for several years. We're kind of very early investors into the likes of DYDX, Layer 0, Say Network, and these projects that are kind of the building blocks for kind of DeFi as we see it now. And I think I completely agree with what you said, where I think something that I've personally been looking into for probably the past 6 years is kind of that intersection between the crypto market and the technology, and how that will intersect and interact with traditional markets and really expand beyond a kind of fairly insular economy at the moment, and really kind of reach the true potential of what crypto can achieve. And so that's something as well on the investment side we've been doing quite a number of investments into recently. And I think that kind of intersection of crypto and investment grade institutional opportunities is something that's very exciting for DeFi more broadly as well.
And Leo, obviously you're at Spartan. What are you up to?
Yeah, thanks, Toby, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and it's a pleasure to obviously dive into this topic. Just before we go into Spartan, just by way of background, I'm originally from Australia myself. I spent the last 10 years between Europe and Asia working in finance and tech, and seeing a lot of these things which have been conceptualized over the years really start to come into production grade and be ready and start to get adopted. And the way that we start measuring things like TVL and many of these metrics within DeFi today are things that even just a few years ago were not so intuitive and we're not so clear on how that plays out. So we've been very excited about these developments for many years. And at Spartan Group, we started in 2017, basically investing and advising in this industry. It was founded by 3 former Goldman partners, really with the intention to marry up that traditional financial industry and deliver on the promise that a new technology and opportunity set was creating in this space. And bringing that together on our asset management side, we run a liquid hedge fund and 2 venture funds, one focused specifically on DeFi. So we were actually one of the first managers out of Asia to raise a triple-digit million fund to invest into early stage DeFi initiatives. So we closed that end of 2020, so saw a bit of DeFi summer happen the first time around, and have been actively deploying in that space since. In addition to many of the portfolio companies, I won't go into them now, but it's really what excites me most about this sector and the opportunity set that it provides is the idea of a trustless base for the composability of liquidity. Right? And we always talk about trust, trustlessness, and what smart contract-enabled capital market infrastructure can look like and what that means. But that's kind of the real central hypothesis and thesis that we've had for understanding how does money flow and movement happen within an ecosystem when you don't need counterparties, which ultimately adds risk to a system and a process, and how can we navigate through that? So applying that nowadays, we can go into more specifics on DeFi, but increasingly also refi becoming a topic of how do we do that not just for financial gain, but also as many other things, real-world applications, real-world assets, and specifically things around carbon credits has been an area that we are very interested in and very excited about what that can mean in terms of creating a an actual liquid and global market for things as important as carbon credits.
No, fantastic, and obviously we'll be looking to dive deep into the refi topic. But I think it's kind of, as a base for this, it'd be really good to know where you all think the state of play is in DeFi. I'm the way sort of. I think it's often a hard market for people to engage in at the moment, just because the yields are pretty low in some of the more basic things. But I think, as we saw in DeFi summer, when you saw all of the Uniswaps, the curves, all of these things take off massively, I think what's always great about the crypto space is that the innovators fill in new ways of doing things, and so I guess what I'd love to use this panel to do is go, what can we be excited about in the next phase of DeFi? So I don't know, Leo, if you want to take that, and we'll...
Yeah, sure. So I'll kick us off. I'm sure everyone has strong views here, but I mean, look, if I look at where we started investing, I mean, it's very much been into early, what I would consider trading applications, which, again, we don't need to go into too much detail, but similarly, share portfolio companies in DYDX. We're early investors in Synthetics, Chainlink, and many other, MakerDAO, many other kind of tier one projects today, which are now setting the basis for infrastructure, which facilitates, as I mentioned, the trustless composability of liquidity. So bringing that together, I think the next horizon has to be, how do we do that not only for the 1 trillion, 1.2, 1.3, depending on the week, assets within the crypto industry today, but what does that look like when that's applied to the entire global capital market and FX capital base that flows around the world? And I think where we're increasingly spending time focusing on is not just recycling capital within our industry, which has become incredibly efficient, even if the yields are not as attractive as they would, could, or should be, but certainly how does this technology layer enable the much bigger flow of capital to move into this space? And I think that anyone who is credibly taking a long-term view in this industry is certainly thinking about not what can we do with the 1.3 trillion in the industry today, but what do we do when the entire financial system is running on the fabric created in this space? And maybe that's Ethereum, maybe that's Cardano, maybe it's a combination of all of these things, but that addressable market is really the big topic, is how do we get that into this space and service that in a trustless way and deliver on the promises this technology has been doing? And those are the types of players now that we're increasingly taking longer-term venture-style bets on.
No, super cool. And Jason, what sort of next things are you seeing, and what's exciting you?
Yeah, I definitely echo what Leo said, and maybe just to build on that slightly is kind of having seen firsthand a lot of the inefficiencies that occur in traditional financial markets. In 2017, you were still faxing over investment memos for like $100 million, and like that would be how these transactions would occur, and it would go through about 4 or 5 different middlemen, each taking their cut of fees. Now, DeFi directly solves for that issue. It directly makes those kind of transactions far more efficient and act in a trustless manner without the need for that middleman. So when you apply that then more broadly, I think viewing crypto as a singular asset class is the sort of narrow view, because I think it actually infiltrates into basically every asset class we have in traditional markets in various different ways. And I think once you start realizing that, and kind of the underlying technology here can work alongside, it's not all there to just replace these traditional financial institutions. It's there to work alongside them and really expand that market. And as Leo said as well earlier, in terms of liquidity, when we're investing, 100 million, 200 million into like an infrastructure, a private equity fund, these are investment returns and investment profiles which ordinary people and even smaller pension funds couldn't even access because of the minimum ticket sizes. Through allowing that to kind of tokenize, come on chain, you provide that liquidity not only to the existing investors in the fund, which is not possible at the moment or very inefficient, but you also provide this layer of access globally to institutional investors and retail investors to access these investment returns, which are currently not possible for them to access. So I said access a lot there, but yeah.
No, and super interesting. And do you see this sort of taking place as crypto assets, or is it actually in the fiat system? A lot of the crypto rails will just be sitting there in the background, kind of thing.
I think it's going to be a spectrum, and I think that's the other thing. There's a lot of people who've been in the space for many years who kind of think crypto will completely replace traditional finance. I'm not one of them. I think there will be certain applications which sit on their own, away from traditional finance, completely in their own sort of infrastructure. And then there'll be the type of DeFi and the underlying technology which integrates very seamlessly within the traditional finance universe. And so I think it'll be a range ultimately. But I think we have to be very realistic in terms of the transition, that it's better to take these kind of slow steps, introduce decentralization over time, and actually get these high-quality institutional grade assets on chain and allow people to really benefit from what we've been seeing for the past few years, the developments in DeFi.
Fantastic. And Paolo, obviously, in terms of some of these, I guess, real-world assets and other things coming on chain, you were mentioning Centrifuge earlier, and I think a number of the panelists were saying you're getting excited about the tokenization of stuff in the real world. What's your reading in terms of how far along we are in terms of real world?
I think there is, so let me start with saying this. There is something which is politically acceptable, and there is something which is politically not acceptable. I think we are living in a world where clearly power is concentrated in certain countries, in certain technologies, in certain institutions. Simply thinking that we could have built like an entirely new, decentralized, controlless financial system which was living its own life outside of the dollars, outside of the euro, outside of the central banks and so on, is probably now, how can I say, a dream which we all realize that will remain a dream, just because the global powers cannot allow simply this to go unchecked. So it means that probably it's going to have like certain applications, but will be either allowed. So the rulers, the governors, the central banks and so on will allow certain functionalities to be developed by startups or by the financial system using or not using blockchain technologies. In other cases, it simply won't fly. I mean, you remember, for example, the Facebook coin, and that was just an example how big a monopolist or like a real world thing that could have gone somewhere because I had already like the critical mass. So I think that's one point, what is allowed and what is not allowed. The second point, I guess, is that DeFi, decentralized finance, crypto, has a lot of potential, and like Leo was saying, is the building blocks of the future. You can basically reuse it without asking permission to anybody. But there is one problem in the crypto space, and the one problem I think is also the strength, but also the weakness, which is very much depending on Bitcoin. Bitcoin price is basically influencing the value of all the other coins. Now, if you take this token economics into consideration, and they shall be putting the price signaling, balancing out demand and supply for a real service, if the demand and the supply is basically fully, how can I say, hidden by the swings of Bitcoin, then the signaling power that that token is supposed to have is basically meaningless. The consequence of that is you're building something which potentially has true value, true application, true use cases, but then is completely destroyed by the volatility of the market. So I think that's a real problem that has killed many of the good ventures that were built at the very beginning. In terms of what I think will happen, and the first things that we are starting to see is this consortium, for example, which are many times, how can I say, backed by banks and by financial institutions, which are making blockchain legitimate and accessible because the banks and the financial institutions are giving their endorsement, their credibility, their trust, which is not scaring people and not scaring investors. So it's a controlled way and permission ways of letting blockchain happen. Is that the original dream? No, it's not, but it's at least is happening. And then there is always the hope that, on the side of that, there will be some other permissionless things. One last point that I just want to touch base, and then I'll shut up, is the decentralized digital identity. I think this is a central piece which is coming, especially in Europe, and that is going to change materially the way things will run. Without decentralized identity proof, I think many of the different applications that you could have in the digital space are simply not going to fly.
Yeah, and I think I'd love to come back to some of Bitcoin correlation and digital identity and a lot of those topics, but I think obviously you're representing one of the, I guess, layer ones that main token ADA is less correlated to Bitcoin than perhaps some others. So where do you sort of feel Cardano sits in this road to decentralized finance and refi and all these good things?
Sure. I mean, maybe when I was 20 and I wanted to go and get some exposure to oil futures, for example, I realized I couldn't just walk into a bank and figure out that this is something I was able to do easily. I'd have to go to an investment bank, I'd have to go and sign an ISDA and go and put up a bunch of collateral and also figure out a way how to make some orders and then risk manage those positions. And I think one of the beautiful things about blockchain technology is and one of the things I don't think we should forget is it's a real opportunity for us to upgrade the kind of social and economic systems that we have today. I think, as a couple of the panelists already mentioned, the financial world is extremely centralized, and there are many people around the world today that don't have access to capital markets in the way that we do in the kind of the Western world. And I think there's a big opportunity for blockchains like Cardano and others that allow you to interact with more of those kind of retail consumers. And maybe just one example of how we're doing that in the Cardano ecosystem, uniquely as a foundation, so we don't actually issue grants to projects. We have what we call a decentralized treasury of 1.1 billion ADA, where anyone can go and submit a proposal for an amount of ADA to create a project. And one project that I worked on was a microfinance one, where a group of individuals who worked with kind of impact investors were able to tokenize investments using stablecoins, and they go through the kind of financial intermediaries, so from the investor to microbanks to micro entrepreneurs, say in East Africa, maybe farmers or convenience stores who were wanting access to capital. And one of the concepts we came up with was, you could tokenize the investment of the stablecoin, but using a blockchain like Cardano, where you can add all this kind of metadata on those investments, where then you get the micro entrepreneurs adding information about actually what they're spending the money on, so the investors get more reporting and get more information about how what impact they're making. And to me, that's the biggest thing. I want to make sure in whatever we do, wherever DeFi goes, we need to make sure it always remains accessible to everyone. And I think that's going to be a super important goal for us in the future.
No, super interesting. And in terms of the regenerative finance topic, I mean, how far are we away from seeing projects with really huge traction? I mean, I remember KlimaDAO getting a lot of attention a couple of years ago, had some tokenomic problems, and so slightly fizzled out. But obviously there have been attempts specifically on the carbon credit side. But where do you think we are in finding real regenerative use cases with traction, making real world impact? Lior, I guess.
Yeah, happy to jump in on this. I think it's one of those topics that you don't realize how far you've come until you stop, look around, and understand where the world is today. And I mean, no shortage of projects, and you mentioned KlimaDAO and some of the others that raised early in the process to do things with good intentions, really came into the same issues, which was they were servicing the use case of the $1.3 trillion market of crypto, which at that time when they started was even a tenth of that, right? It was a very small industry ecosystem. And we've grown a lot since then. And I mean, Adam Newman's project called, let's say, a scam within a scam, if you're in the TradFi room, and here in a blockchain room is probably one of the most progressive companies to try to raise, off the back of a pitch deck, $70 million, and to his credit, he managed to do that. But these are the types of projects that we're seeing in the market trying to deliver on an opportunity set. So, I mean, again, coming from more traditional markets and probably a more critical thinker of a lot of the things that we're doing in this industry, I take a step back and understand, well, carbon markets is a common topic that comes up as to what are we doing in this space, what can be done with this area. And no one's really come up with a good explanation for why or why not. This hasn't been adopted at scale yet, but if I take a step back and outside of this room, we kind of go to the more traditional financial industries. I mean, everyone's been talking about ESG for so long. Everyone's been talking about the idea of trading carbon credits and the way in which, in Europe, here specifically, we talk about cap and trade mechanisms. I mean, the lack of adoption and standardization across carbon markets outside of crypto and blockchain and Web3 is a joke, frankly, on the best case. Given where we are and how long we've been talking about these things. And the biggest topic and bottleneck that keeps being referenced is, well, there is no understanding for what the underlying asset is because it's not standardized in a way that people can understand and digest. Effectively, they're saying it's not a real asset, therefore we cannot standardize trade it. Now, those same people are sitting in the same room and looking at Bitcoin and saying this is not a real asset, yet the Bitcoin penetration and adoption today is far more widely traded, accepted, and understood than basic carbon credits are. And I think that these are some of the challenges that traditional financial industry needs to be able to address and take accountability for, because our industry, which factually, let's say, started with Bitcoin, has been around for, at this point, 13 years plus some, has been able to achieve a level of penetration far greater than where many of these immature carbon markets are at. And I think that like-to-like comparison is not to say that we've reached where we need to go and what we need to do in this space. But for me, it's very much the Bitcoin story and adoption journey, be it from the mining side, from the retail participation in trading to institutional capital markets holding this and ETF filings, etc. That is the kind of journey and standardization that things like globalized carbon markets should follow. And they should be looking at the playbook of how Bitcoin ended up in hundreds of millions of people's wallets, talked about as much as it has, for the right or the wrong reasons, it doesn't matter, yet we still cannot agree on a basic fabric or way to actually trade carbon credits globally, let alone within the EU. So I look at these things, I'm very inspired about the opportunity set that creates, because I believe that we need to do something, and when there's a dominant technology design, over time this gets adopted, and I think we have every incentive to make that. So, for me, when I look at this opportunity set, I say, if this is what we can do with Bitcoin in 10 plus, 15 plus years, let's start doing that on a much bigger scale with the institutions and create carbon markets, off the back of that in a similar way. So very bullish on that use case, and I'm very confident that we get there.
No, superb points, Leo. Very good. And I'd love to delve into Bitcoin and the link between all of them. I'm conscious we're coming up towards the end of this session, so we're wrapping up now. So fantastic, and
we got carried away. My apologies. We solved the climate problem as well today. It's all done, guys. So there we go.
It's all done. Exactly. Well, thank you to all my panelists. A great session. Thank you.
Another amazing discussion. I like to point out kind of the things that stuck out to me on each panel. That one was a blockchain is a fantastic way to change the social and economic status for millions, if not billions of people. I think having that at front of mind for all these amazing projects and new tech is super important because that is what blockchain can do. So next we have a really, really fascinating company and project that is an AI-powered layer 0. So lots of really interesting words there. I'm excited to hear more about it. So please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Araj Akhtar, who is the Chief Futures Officer of CrowdPoint.
Thank you, Gideon. Sorry. Well, hello. I've heard it's been a long 2 days here, and I just got in town, so please forgive me if I look jet-lagged. But thank you for having me. Thank you for having CrowdPoint. Thank you to Agora and Kelsier for helping us come out to London and be with you today. What we've been working on at CrowdPoint over the last 2.5 years in stealth has been really revolving around some core issues that we've seen society and technology deal with over the last 10 to 12 years. You see, right now, the biggest issue that we face in our life as individuals that are constantly hyper-connected and have a new bionic limb attached to us is information overload. We are bombarded with new amounts of information at an unprecedented scale. We are generating data at an egregious amount on a daily basis as a global collective. And what that has done is it's changed the typical social norms that we are used to and how we interact with each other, the systems around us, the communities that we are part of, and at large has completely shifted. And the only way to address this entire issue is if we transform connectivity itself. You see, the way technology has been built out over the last 50, 60 years has been on a patchwork of quilts of different libraries, different software development kits, languages that don't necessarily communicate with each other, and they have to be connected using APIs, which are simply just data connectors that transform information from one end to another so that it's readable. Well, what that ends up doing is creating these little holes that bad actors, anyone that has malicious intent can take advantage of. And when you do that, who ends up suffering is the little guy, the average citizen that doesn't know any better. It's the elder that lives out on the countryside that gets a phone call and gets scammed and gets taken advantage of because they trust the institutions that have been around for so long, that are here to collect taxes, that are here to administer government and protect the people's interests. But at the end of the day, when you have people that are taking advantage of it, there's exploitation, and then there is a precedence for more greed and for more accumulation of wealth in certain hands. What wound up happening over the last 12 years is a proliferation of technology where social media, where information, where different ways to connect to the world around us has grown and people have not kept up. Well, what that world was built on in the past needs to evolve and adapt to today. This is where a better railroad had to be built to deal with the issues that we are facing currently in society. When people are presented information in vacuums, when they're driven down rabbit holes, they can come up with conclusions that are not necessarily verified in truth and lack accuracy. Well, we've built a better exchange. How we did that is we built our own AI-powered layer 0. And what I mean by an AI-powered layer 0 is we needed a new data architecture that took into account the technologies that are emerging into the marketplace that can give people not only a personalized experience, but to protect their privacy as well. So we needed to be able to connect people, places, things with the institutions, with the systems, with the communities that they are already used to connecting with, but in a better way. So we created Vogon. Vogon, if we have any literature participants in here, comes from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Vogons were a race of aliens that were highly efficient in dealing with bureaucratic policies and systems. They were very efficient in being able to give the world and their communities what they needed. So with Vogon, we've built a first-of-its-kind architecture that not only combines cloud, but distributed ledger technology and virtual machines into one combined technology stack. That eliminates the need for your backend, your middleware, and your front end because it's all encompassing in one single place where you can go in, code, deploy, and now it's on the web. And the data is owned by the user, as well as the governance is based on the community that it best serves. It's not given to some central authority that's going to take and influence the decisions of a local group. Vogon is self-organizing, it's self-scaling, and self-learning. What that helps achieve is Vogon gets faster as more information comes in. It knows where to route information, not only geographically, but based on where the data is originally coming from. If I make a decision, what ends up happening in Vogon in the future is that decision is going to evolve, and you will have a time series of data points that show the evolution of data itself. What this allows us to do is create a new economic model for how cloud computing and how technology systems are used by different users. What we've done is provide Vogon as an infrastructure as service. It's no different than using the cloud providers of today, but in a decentralized fashion. What we have changed and improved upon is provide a unique hybrid utility token that is not only regulated, but it allows for users to participate in the upside of the transactions and the network as it grows. Consumers benefit, developers benefit. Why? Because now you have an entire fintech component that is embedded into the system. It's frictionless. You have payments that are integrated into one place. A developer can jump in, they can start building an application, and payments are right there. They do not have to go use a third-party software. Not only are they now the custodian of the data itself, but also the financial transaction. They will be privy to it, the user will be privy to it, and the system is there as the clearinghouse to help ensure that there's trust and validity in the transactions that are happening. At the end of the day, as we've looked at what CrowdPoint's built, we were focused on fixing the foundation. The cloud needed improvement. So what we had to do was build it from scratch. Then we needed to build a better delivery market for the users and developers and the communities that are going to come and aggregate into the system and use it for the purposes that they so choose. With all of that, you have to get into the talk of the entire world right now is generative AI. Well, how do you give better generative AI to the systems that are out there right now? OpenAI, Google, Facebook, Meta, they've all learned the hard way where you can build a large language model, but if you do not have the infrastructure to power it the right way, if you are not crediting the user with the information that they're generating, then only a few actors benefit, whether that's a large technology corporation, a government, or a bad actor. At the end of the day, if the user is not part of that equation, then there is no upside for them in the future. What we have focused on is building out authentic intelligence. And how do you do that? Is you do that by building out collectives around certain industries, certain domain-specific knowledge. It is the ability to vertically integrate intelligence across certain industries, like healthcare, like finance, like banking. So you end up touching a lot of different verticals. And at the end of the day, it does protect the user's data privacy. So we are here today in London visiting with Agora and you all because we are now looking at building out a larger hardware component for the Vogon itself. What we are focused on is building the future internet that will serve the people in their best interest. And to do that, we look for your support so that we can build out the Vogon constructor fleet. Thank you.
truly fascinating stuff. I've had a couple of conversations with Raj, and every time I'm just like, I can't wait to hear more, because talk about a big idea. It's quite impressive. So we have a couple more panel discussions before we wrap up and go into the awards ceremony. The first one is titled Beyond Crypto Winter, What's Next for the Metaverse? And our moderator today is Vugar Adigosolav, CMO of Being Crypto. So please help me welcome him to the stage.
Good job, that's okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We will be discussing Beyond Crypto Winter and Metaverse, and I think it's a very important topic even to discuss, like the relationship between like a crypto and the metaverse in itself, and
because of the names.
Oh yeah, like sitting by all the.
Might be better.
And Ricky with me. That's okay. I'll sit in between. Oh, that's a beautiful space in between everyone else. Yeah, we have Enrique, Pablo, Guilherme, or G, and Pietro with me. And let's just start discussing. It's a very weird sit-off to sit in the middle.
I think we should sit here, actually, so you can see everyone. I think we should.
I think that's the right idea, because it feels actually truly weird.
Otherwise it'd be just like
that's what happens when things are.
We are playing the chairs game, right?
Yeah.
You know the chair game?
Yeah.
That's what happens when it's like a true decentralization.
Yeah. when the music stops, someone has no chair. So.
That's great. Like when talking about like metaverse with like these things coming up, and some estimate is like a $13 trillion business becoming by 2030. Blockchain in itself today is around 8 billion. Crypto is almost like a half of it, and half of it is like a digital tradable assets. Enrique, like I have like this thing we saw like a Facebook jumping on a metaverse game, building this like a metaverse, even renamed to Meta, put the billions. Do you think like it's like actually like $1 billion worth kind of a business setup idea, or what is the metaverse?
Well, I think answering the last question, like metaverse is where gaming and virtual reality meets Facebook and Amazon, right? So all put together, like is much more than gaming. Is a totally real new user experience. So people who is already like kids that are already playing Minecraft and playing other games like that, they are getting adults, and so they are going to demand this kind of user experience when they will need new activities and things to be done. So yeah, I think there is a huge opportunity, but at the same time, we are still really in the early days. It's kind of like when we were in the internet in the 90s, or where we were like with blockchain in 2016 or something like that. We still need a standard where everyone can build over that. And they are trying to do it in many different ways, and Meta is one of them. But I don't feel that it's going to be winner takes all, but actually we need a standard that is more open source, where everyone can build on top of that, similar that when it happened with the internet and the www. So, and then you can start having things on top of that. So I guess it's going to take longer than many people think, but things are under construction.
I think like this is when we talk about like one protocol building on something. Like recently we saw how Meta's product Instagram was able to move like hundreds of thousands of people from one platform to another, like Threads, and with a click of a button you could just move all your followers and profile and start discussing that and building a new platform. It was kind of all the users in a platform, you'd easily move them. But another case was like several months ago, like OpenAI came, new product, there wasn't like a user base or anything. In 2 months, they made like 100,000 users, while it took Bitcoin 11 years to reach to 100,000 users. I think like when we talk about like mass adoption and like being able to build in one platform, there's not like a one size kind of a fits all. Like Fabio, what do you think, like when we talk about metaverse, like what is the like most important streamline? Like is it about building in a single platform, or like what's like a one important key keyword, let's say?
Sure. Thanks for having me first. Quick background, we are an investment advisory platform specialized in the metaverse, and clearly the semantics, what is the metaverse and what does it mean for us and what is our vision is clearly very important. So for us, metaverse, for short, is the next generation of the internet, and I agree partly with what Enrique said. I mean, gaming is a part of it, virtual reality is a part of it, because gaming is the main driver of it. But there are other applications and sectors such as education and healthcare, and which is now and now the industrial metaverse, where we see some productivity, collaboration tools, which might be driving the metaverse a bit further. So for us, I think the semantics to define, metaverse as the next generation of the internet is important. Just like crypto, just doesn't mean cryptocurrencies, but actually, if you look at it from a tokenization, digital assets point of view, then very quickly we understand that crypto is the future of money, metaverse is the future of the internet. So what is the focus for us? It's around the tools and then the very immediate use cases. What we learned over the last few months is metaverse is a very poetic meaning, and it's sci-fi, and it captures the imagination. And little by little, people understood metaverse being meta, just like at some point, people understood Google being the internet, and we do not want that, right? So as an investor, as an advisor, what we look at, productivity, because it's in front of us, Vision Pro, we also, these images, they look pretty cool, it's probably more inspiring than Zuckerberg's metaverse, which was just a very bad example of what it could be. So productivity, collaboration, education, healthcare, performing surgeries, in augmented reality. I think the next step is
surgeries on real people, or it's like a digital fixing
training as a training tool. Yeah, but potentially, eventually, having your heart fixed, from a surgeon on the other side of the planet. But yeah, just quickly.
That's huge, Fabio. But I was thinking, when we were talking about Web 2, Web 2.5, it was about interactivity and all this, talking to each other. And you mentioned about productivity, but also there's a lot of applications of the metaverse when it comes to a retail, fashion, real life kind of utility. G, what do you think? Do we really need, or I'm sure we do, how important it is to have that utility aspect for it to become a mainstream?
Yeah. So first of all, pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the organizing. Thanks for the panel. Tagus, 1 second, Tagus Capital. We are a Web3 focused fund. We invest in infrastructure. So when we talk about metaverse, we normally don't invest in games. For instance, we like to invest in the platforms that provide infrastructure for games, or we like to invest in technology specific, which are helping develop the metaverse in different shapes. So that's a little bit about Tagus. I think, interesting your question about, the utility and, which stage of the metaverse we are. And, one of the questions I think from the panel is very interesting, when say, beyond the crypto winter. So I think first thing is to say, when the winter is going to end. But just to add 2 comments to your question, I think in my view, the metaverse, the world is not prepared for metaverse yet, and metaverse is not prepared either. I think there is still hardware and software development that still need to be done. Not only, I don't think it's enough when you build platforms, I don't want to give names, but just for the fact that you build some games that actually are moving to the metaverse. I think the journey needs to be much more smooth. The adoption will depend a lot on how you experience, how your day-to-day is a factor involved with the metaverse. So I don't think we're there yet. I think the onboarding is very difficult. I think that it's very hard for people to really trying to have experience in metaverse, except apart from the games. So I was just wanting to mention the infrastructure. One development that I saw is in an area that we like to invest, that we think is going to be a major impact for the metaverse, is account abstraction. I'm not sure if you guys have come across this concept yet, but in another conference in France, now in the Tiro conference, a lot of the the panels on account abstraction, Vitalik himself told that this is going to be the next big technology development. In summary, account abstraction allows your NFT to access account, like your NFT can become you can send and receive money. So account abstraction allows you to, let's say if you have a Bored Ape, to make payments, to receive payments instantly, to manage your bank account, to reset your password without all the crazy passwords. and I think for the metaverse, this is going to be super important. I think that is a really key piece that we have been missing, that now a lot of engineers are working on. So, I stop here because I love talking about this topic, but, just to answer your question.
The smooth journey.
We need a smooth journey.
I think like the entire industry suffers from that smooth onboarding, not even the journey itself, but like onboarding. And today there's the session right after this on Web3 by the esteemed Katie. I'm really looking forward to listen. It's like an all-female panel in contrast to us. But Pietro, before that panel, can you draw that line for me maybe in between, where does Web3 end and Metaverse start, and how interconnected this is? Because also we listened to a beautiful talk before us about how AI changes this industry. I think sometimes we kind of get lost within these buzzwords all around. What is that difference?
Yeah, so these two topics seem to be very interlinked when we talk about them. I work at Outlier Ventures, so we're a very prominent accelerator at this point with a lot of portfolio companies. So we speak both to a lot of investors and startups, but also people that maybe have just entered the crypto space and are trying to, find their way in with some kind of use case. And these terms, Web3, Metaverse, they somehow just bundle them together and put them in one presentation as if they're the same thing. But actually they live in two complete different worlds that when they intersect create the perfect formula, the perfect potion that we're all looking for. But Web3 essentially is the next logical extension of the web. So we went from Web 1, read-only web, Web 2, where we interact and we actually get to talk, chat, create on the web. And Web 3 would then be the ownership of the web. So that's Web 3 in its simplest form. It's giving back ownership to the people, where a lot of things in our life in general, a lot of entities are very centralized, and so control is always with those massive institutions. And the web, ideally, from its nascent form, was meant to be giving back ownership to people, and it was meant to be a completely decentralized form of communication. And that's what Web 3 is trying to do. Metaverse is simply a virtual experience. It's an immersive virtual experience that can obviously be made a lot better with VR and AR, but it doesn't at all have to be decentralized, as we saw with Meta that tried to create their own version of a metaverse and pretty much drastically failed for various reasons. That would be an example of a centralized metaverse. It's not to say that Web3 and metaverse will be interlinked. They should be, because that creates a perfect recipe of having an immersive experience where the users actually have ownership of assets and of their experiences. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, and that creates the drastic problem or the risk that one of these massive entities, like Meta again, will try to gain massive ownership of this experience, because it's very much a first mover advantage situation. Where the first one to succeed, much like social media, will be able to attract a lot of the people. And even if then multiple metaverses are created, normally people go where people go, right? So there's a lot of people on one platform. You want to talk to your friends, you want to experience those worlds, you're gonna be on that same platform. So it creates the risk that if all of a sudden now metaverse in blockchain is less trendy because we're moving on to AI and we're kind of forgetting about it, that there's not enough development, which there was a few years ago, and a lot of people were focusing a lot more on it, that then one centralized entity will come on, like an Apple with a Vision Pro, and completely get the market share of where everyone will go to in these online worlds. And that's a big issue, and that's why, from Outlier Ventures' perspective, we still see a lot of startups that are building in the blockchain metaverse, let's say, use case. And we hope that that stays the case, that it's not just going the centralized way.
I think like with AI, it was like a simple software kind of from user perspective, you go, you write down your inquiry, you get the answer. While when we talk about metaverse, and you touched an important point of like AR, VR devices and that hardware aspect to it. And when we look at the numbers, like last year there was only like a 20, 30 million devices that were like sold worldwide, even though Apple is jumping to these kind of hardware solutions. Like, G, what do you think, like, you were mentioning the importance of that smooth user journey. What do you think, like, where does interactivity play the role, and how much we will be dependent on the hardware as a user, and how it will become super hard to onboard the people to buy these $3,000 devices, and in order to end up having that interaction?
Yeah, I think the hardware piece is super important. We do not, as a fund, invest in the hardware side of it, but I think the journey needs to be super smooth. And I give an example. In the 80s, I remember there was one thing, probably you guys know, the Sony invented Walkman. So you actually had a great idea. You could walk, listen to music. It was quite weird, like, why would you do that? But it's the same thing. I think the VR, the AR, we need to find a way that we can wear like the Walkman at the time, and we can walk, we can go to work watching movies. Somehow, we need to find a way that the experience needs to be integrated with the metaverse and the reality, like how we want to call the physical universe. And we are not there yet. So I think there is still development. If you ask some of the girls, you might get dizzy. Depends on the situation. We are getting there. But I think we will reach. Before Walkman, if you remember the picture, there's these big radios, the guys dancing on the street in New York, like very heavy stuff, because it was the only way that you could, with batteries, walk with the music. So my point is that, I think it will happen, but it still need to have this journey.
I love how you touched the music, because like in the history, music was for like a rich, and like the royalties, they will like contract Mozart, commission the art and listen like the full orchestra. Then eventually we ended up with the iTunes and YouTube, where everyone has an access. We can still argue it's the same quality of the music or not. Still Taylor Swift and Beyonce is like selling out tickets, and recently there was this tweet I saw, like the guy was like, I have a Taylor Swift tickets, I can exchange it to like a 3-bedroom apartment in Dublin. Like, there's also this craving for the like a real life experience. Petro, I have you touched this point, like, do you think like metaverse should compete and will compete with the reality, or it is just something aside? Like, how is the future?
Yeah, I think, well, the thing you said about Taylor Swift, by the way, something came out that apparently her concert was so popular that it actually managed to boost the economy statistically, just from the ticket sales, which is insane, honestly. But yeah, I think at some point far, far in the future, it will replicate reality. I still think artists will be able to make use of the metaverse to create certain situations that just aren't possible. If you just take VR and AR by themselves, as you said, ticket sales are booming, and in the sense of if a big artist releases a concert, they normally sell out immediately. There's a massive part of the population that could never access these kind of events, though, that still could potentially access through some sort of different virtual experience. But that's just real events. The extension of that is at some point you'll be able to build events that are just not be able to be replicated in real life. But that's a matter of technological advancement, though, because we're simply not there yet, and we also see the earliest forms of VR, AR, and some form of metaverses that just don't give you the feeling of real life. The quality of the visuals is simply not there yet. And so artists might be able to make use of that as an alternative, but definitely not to take over reality. At some point, that might be able to be the case when visuals are so optimized that it will be seamless, or it will look exactly as you're there, or as if you're in real life. But then there are still some human elements that I don't think are that easy to replicate. Human touch, things like smell, the feeling of being present amongst people, which I think we really undervalue. It would have to come to the point where, I don't know if you've seen the movie Ready Player One, but where you're fully immersed when you actually enter, and the experience is as if you're actually there. But until we put on goggles or even have things on our hands to replicate touch, it's never going to give you the exact feeling. So let's say a Beyonce fan, if they really want to go to the concert, I think there's just no switching between the reality and the virtual. I think that it will still be reality that wins.
I love how you mentioned like importance like a technology and if we are there yet. And for example, when we look at like the evolution of phone from the first time Graham Bell did that phone call till today, now we're like all attached to my smartphones. And it was like decades and decades of evolution. But today, especially in like investment and venture capital, I see that like there is like passion for like a very fast moving thing. Like 2 years ago, we all were talking about investment in the metaverse. Today, it's like very AI. Like Fabio, like you are in this industry, you mentioned that you exclusively kind of engage with the metaverse project and product. Like, do we think there's a still appetite, like risk appetite, investment appetite to make the billion-dollar kind of an industry?
Again, depends on what metaverse we're talking about, and I think we've been talking about metaverse soul experiences here, and I disagree on a couple of things with you, actually, if you may, but it doesn't have to, when you say the metaverse doesn't have to be decentralized, well, a social media doesn't have to be centralized, but we all posted pictures on Facebook, but we didn't get paid for it. So we could have actually a next internet where creators can be rewarded for their creation, and one of the ways to do that is through the Web3. So I think it has to be decentralized, and in terms of attending a concert in person, well, every time there's an event, I mean, remember LeBron when he saw this live, everybody was just on their phone like this. So actually, we start using the phone as a prism to reality. So I think it will augment the real world first, and it will weave itself, the hardware will weave itself in our daily lives. In terms of the appetite, we are looking at the pipes and the plumbing of the metaverse, so the infrastructure, the payment rails, because we do believe the creators will need to be rewarded for their creation. In terms of other metaversal experiences or metaverse adjacent experiences, yes, some level of immersion we look at. I think the appetite is very much on building and the foundation now, and understanding that we completely overestimated what could be done in a year's time, but completely underestimated what could be done in 5 to 10. And as a VC, I mean, obviously, the timing is super important. You can't invest too early because that would be investing wrong, obviously. But industrial metaverse, I'm going back to that, enterprise, the use cases, the tools behind some element of virtuality, the tools behind the infrastructure would be the stuff we'll be looking at now. And if a founder speaks to tourist investors, he's going to get tourist deals, basically. So find investors who have the belief, have a vision of the next internet.
Like, as an investor, do you still believe that there will be another wave of the new investors coming and joining? Or
because the metaverse is made up of moving parts. I mean, we had the Web3, there was an acceleration. AI is kind of driven the sort of pool now. Next will be quantum computing, and the next will be, the platform again. So what's confronting and challenging is the speed of the cycle. Now we see cycles. Before we would see cycles for over 2 years. Now it's like 6 months or even 3 months. So we need to adapt to that. But as long as your thesis is right, then you know that it's an ensemble of technologies. And some technologies will be pushed by the market, by the founders, and by, obviously, the incumbents, the main platforms driving that. NVIDIA, Apple, when there's the news coming out, it's driving a part of this ensemble of technologies.
Ensemble of the technologies. It sounds great, and also like I was reading this, like doing this research before the panel, and I stumbled upon how like a US military used to benefit from the metaverse and all this like augmented reality to treat like PTSD of the military coming back, and like how far we came as a technology. Enrique, like what is your take on like, because today everyone talks about AI, whether we like it or not, even like we don't see much large, series A's and B's in crypto industry. We see that happening in the AI industry. Do you think like AI can be a good kind of a technology to piggyback on development of the metaverse, whether it's writing a code or building that infrastructure or whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, coming back to some things that Fabio and Pietro mentioned, is that I mean, it takes time for the technology, and it happens to almost every technology that you have in the internet. You had a hype at the late 90s, and everyone was already visioning that, okay, you could buy a travel, you could have a bank, you could have whatever. So at the end of the 90s, everyone was visioning that, but the tools were not there. And the market crashed in 2000, and from 2000 and beyond, it started the period of actually executing, and appears the search engine, and appears the payment methods, and appears all the different tools that actually make real that after 20 years, now we have those neobanks, we have all those things that people was already visioning at the end of the 90s, right? But it took a lot of time. In a similar way, in the metaverse, as Fabio was mentioning, we need different tools. And one of the tools is the AI. The AI is going to actually help to have the tools that might approach that vision that we see in Ready Player One, in Peripheral, or so on, to get there. Because right now it's really, really costly to actually produce a metaverse experience in education, in productivity, in whatever. So it takes a lot of money. But with AI, you can lift up most of the percentage of the job that you have to do. At the end, you still need the final like 10, 15, 20% of the development, but it's the quality one, the one that actually give the experience and give the sense and so on. But yeah, I mean, AI is one tool, as probably quantum computer will be in the future, or other, like we have already talked about virtual reality as well. So those are all different tools that are needed, and now we are in a period that after the hype with Meta and so on, is a period for actually executing all those tools that will allow to vision that future.
Like Fabio mentioned about the importance of like a one platform. Then you mentioned how like internet was a platform that things were built on. But like, don't you think like there's also like danger, because like now more and more these big powers like OpenAI got investments from the like Elon Musk and like powerful men, and today we see that like a Hollywood tries to take all the rights from the actors and writers and give it to AI. And don't you think like putting all these like a moving parts in one pot under the metaverse can become that danger where power is too much consolidated in a big hand?
I mean, what I was trying to explain in my first answer is that similar thing will be thinking on in the internet. And when the internet started, the carriers, I remember American Online, and in Spain, similar to American Online, it was Infobia, that it was from the carrier. So they wanted to put everyone together in there, so they had all the power. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's so powerful, it's so plenty of opportunities that the internet grew outside that, and actually that centralized internet died. So I'm just guessing, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm feeling that in the future it's not going to be just winner takes all and you have a centralized metaverse, but you have, that common standard where you can have different companies, different solutions, different approaches, centralized, decentralized, that are working in the metaverse protocol. So I don't know.
Perfect. Thank you, gents, for the talk. And I think we all agree that metaverse is here to stay. And eventually, with moving parts coming together, it can be something big, next more than $1 billion, maybe like $1 trillion industry. But until then, crypto winter. I hope, as like Pietro mentioned, like a crypto and metaverse or blockchain and Web3 can like still thrive in separation, and AI can help metaverse be the reality. Thank you for the talk.
Thank you. To you. Thank you.
Okay, last one. From the last panel, I'm very excited to look back and see kind of all the discussions everyone's having about the metaverse. I think it's all still so up in the air, and I think we're all super curious to see what actually comes of it. There's the Ready Player One idea that everyone has in their mind, but I'm super curious and excited to see what actually ends up happening with the metaverse. It's fun to think about, so I guess we'll all see together what ends up coming from all of these discussions and all the tech that's being built. So the very last panel, It's perfect because we're going to be talking about Web3 going mainstream. The moderator is Katie Romero-Finger, the CEO and co-founder of Babs, so please help me welcome her to the stage.
Thanks for not saying what I said. Hey guys, thanks for holding out for the whole day for us. As they said, I'm Katie. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Babs. We're going to do a little bit of talking about Web3 going mainstream, but today you'll notice that we're all women on this panel. And the one thing we're not going to talk about is being women in Web3, because we all get it, right? But the reason that this panel is devoted to all women is we have an initiative at my company called WebShe, and the idea is that we do panels all around the world with different conferences such as this, that are all women on the panel are people, diverse people, but we talk about real topics. So today, please welcome to the stage a group of very powerful women in the VC world. I think they're ready. Whoever's ready, come on up. We have Barbara. I'll intro you guys. Joyce. Mona. Oh, you're not ready yet. Okay. Sorry. Sit wherever you guys. I think you can sit by your pictures. Do a bit of a matchmaking. Mona. Julia. That's it, right? All right.
Thank you.
Let's get the party started, right?
Mona.
You're in the wrong spot.
Sorry.
All right,
to make
so
sure.
I think I'll let each of them introduce themselves, because this is a super diverse panel in the sense that all of these women manage funds of some sort, but in very different verticals. So maybe Mona, do you want to start?
Sure. Hi, I'm Mona. I work for a German publicly listed venture capital fund. We invest purely in Web3 companies and are based out of Germany. And yeah, very excited to be here.
Amazing. Hi, I'm Julia. I am venture partner at Test Ventures. So Test Ventures is a Silicon Valley-based VC. We invest across different verticals, which is Web3, Web2, AI companies, and for example, Animoca brands, Kraken, Robinhood, portfolio companies, and lots of Web3 startups such as Saga Protocol, EveSign. So my background personally is AI, machine learning, so I'm looking after AI area specifically, and I'm very excited to be here. And thank you, Kathy, for bringing such an amazing women's panel here, so I'm very impressed.
That's amazing. And hi, everyone, I'm Joyce from Animoca Brands. Animoca is essentially a game developer turned more into a broader Web3 ecosystem player. Fundamentally, we believe a lot in digital property rights and digital ownership. That's why we invest in roughly, by now, 400 companies across different verticals. Many people know us for gaming. We also do invest in infrastructure and also different types of application layer, which I think is quite relevant for what we talk about going mainstream today. And in addition to all of this, we also do still operate our own games. So we are still a gamer at heart, and really lovely to be here and sharing more with you all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Barbara Yai. I recently set up my fund called Unicorn Growth Capital. It's focused on essentially the future of finance, which we look at across open finance, embedded finance, and decentralized finance. So we invest in fintech and blockchain companies. But we see markets in Africa and emerging markets in general as where we're going to see huge opportunities leveraging the blockchain. And so that's where we spend a lot of our time on. And we can talk about how those markets are great for this mainstream conversation. And then I also part of a GP that manages a growth stage fund called Verta Ventures, which is focused on regenerative finance. And so we've invested in a couple of companies focused on climate and financial services. Some of my GPs came out of Celo, which is a blockchain protocol focused on refi.
Very great. Thanks, ladies. So great to have all of you here. I think just to get the conversation started to talk about mainstream, it'd be good to understand from each of your perspectives. I mean, we hear a lot of brands talking about brands are going to make Web3 go mainstream. But other than brands, what other verticals are you guys looking at that's going to help the mainstream adoption happen, whether it's mass adoption? I mean, what does that mean for you guys? What are you looking at to invest in? Maybe geographies, as Barbara mentioned, et cetera. Just some topics off the top of your head.
Happy to go first.
Sure.
And I suppose we got an easy answer with gaming. We do definitely think that games have been something we see helping us go mainstream. Part of it is because many people play video games. I did, and I know that many people do, maybe not hardcore gamer, but somewhat you do play your Candy Crush at some point or your Angry Birds. So all those, I think, do help us get in touch with the mainstream users from day one. And then the question becomes, how do we really get in touch with two other types of people? One, the non-gamers. They do exist. We recognize that. And I think many of those verticals we see are going broadly speaking. I think when we say brands, sometimes we quite targetedly say fashion brands, but I think we also could see that there are applications beyond the more commercial side. Say most recently, we launched a protocol called Open Campus. So I think education is another area we could see mainstream adoption, and similar to healthcare, as a lot of times, data on-chain could be very helpful, as you could actually own the data and have those data being portable, go with you whichever country you migrate to, or whichever hospital groups that you, or network you decide to take the services in. So I think there are these different types that we'll love to broaden out that discussion for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I would add, in general, when we think of mass adoption, I think it's also about ease of use. So maybe this is a bit broad of an answer, but it applies to every vertical, I would say. So right now, you will see a lot of the DeFi solutions, the decentralized finance solutions, or even games, or certain aspects around the gaming aspect that are very difficult to use unless you are quite technically savvy or willing to experiment. And I think mass adoption requires a lot of the things that we see in the current market to be simplified and made easy. And all of this technical aspect, or these many, many clicks to get to what you want to do, which is actually just a byproduct of a process that should be very easy, need to be simplified. And I think that's where, mass adoption then can come in, when you don't notice that it's the blockchain technology powering whatever you want to do, if it's investing or if it's gaming or whatever else.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think my question to that question is really, what does mainstream mean, right? When people were building these applications and only people who understood NFTs, that probably was considered mainstream, right? So it's as if, so we have to sort of define what to us is mainstream. And I think for me as a VC, I look at this as product market fit. Like, I want to invest in a company that has product market fit or can achieve product market fit. And for me, that market has to be a large market that you can make a lot of money from. So I think even some things might be mainstream, but you can't really make money off of them. Yeah, it's nice that people have NFTs and wallets and all of that, but where's the money coming from and what's the revenue model? And so that's where I spend a lot of time on, our business models that I think will actually make money and have robust revenue models with their product market fit. So that's why I stay a lot in the space that sort of drives financial services, and I think you can look at it across different sectors and markets where we see a lot of opportunities where the blockchain really is just the back-end technology fueling a lot of these transactions. In several markets that we operate in, using stablecoins to make cross-border transactions is a normal thing. It's not a niche thing anymore. It's normal. It's actually required in some cases. And so those are the sort of game-changing opportunities that we care about. So it's a little bit more than just it being mainstream. It's just what exactly is going to really make money and work. And we have to get into those type of those type of opportunities that aren't niche, that become the norm. Yeah.
Exactly. Just to add on to this point, What I see is actually Web 2.5, right? Because the key thing is for us now, think about how, as Mona said, right? Because lots of our technologies in Web3 space are very designed for crypto natives, right? Web3 geeks who are, diving into blockchain, really understand everything about it, how to open a wallet, how to transfer money, how to buy NFTs, how to trade, and etc. But the key thing, if we want to bring this technology to the mainstream, is how do we actually bring normies to use this technology? And the key thing is people not gonna use something that just says a label Web3 or token enabled, right? The key thing is what is the problem that your product is solving? And just going back to your point, product market fit, exactly, that's the key. Is there a product that's solving an issue, and the only way to solve this is using blockchain technology? That's what we need to look for, right? And the key thing is, yes, we need more technologies and more Web 2.5 solutions that actually are built for anyone to use it, right? So somebody from street could just open the app and just utilize technology, and they don't even need to know that there is a blockchain or Web3 element behind it. And I think this is what we're looking for next. And there are a bunch of these solutions coming up. So going back to gaming points, so for example, Shrapnel, one of the gaming companies that we recently invested, they're building a fast shooter game for anyone really, but if you want to, potentially you could trade your skins, you can add money, right? But you don't have to. And you don't need to know what the wallet is, you don't need to go to MetaMask and open it. It's just integrated, and you don't need to worry about it, right? So this is where the industry is moving, and that's going to be the next step. Other companies like M1, for example, which is an infrastructure play that allows real-time video rendering, allows people to earn money by contributing with the computer resources, right? So obviously, this helps us to find other ways how this technology can be integrated. But the key thing is, as I said, I think it's more to think, okay, how do we actually bring normal people to Web3, but not thinking how can we make this technology that complicated so that nobody understands what it does. At the end of the day, it needs to solve an issue.
I do want to add a bit on that part, because I think where we are seeing is then two categories of companies, or what we mean by going mainstream adoption. On one hand, we have all these Web3 ecosystem today that we see a new economic model, and maybe we talk about NFT as a way to own your own data or your own intellectual property, but those are, I would say, more Web3 economy. And then I think that in itself has to find a viable business model, a revenue model. But there are also the other type, as you pointed out, is a lot more times as Web2 or whatever we label it, traditionally is quite inefficient or it's quite costly. So by incorporating blockchain technology, it actually helps drastically reduce costs. Example, could that be KYC processes that it's still quite notoriously expensive, financial institutions or anyone who wants age verification. And we could see zero knowledge proof as a technology helps reduce that. But that said, that doesn't actually need to be a Web3 economic model. Right. It's perfectly fine to just have the business model as your traditional Web2 companies would, or as a SaaS model, really. And then afterward, it's just, but the back end is going to be powered by blockchain. So I definitely see those two categories emerging too.
Yeah, and I think that also goes hand in hand with kind of accessibility. So, I mean, when you guys all have a bit of experience in emerging markets, but I think a big piece of the mainstream conversation also is around who we're giving access to. So maybe, Barbara, you could talk a little bit about how emerging markets are really gonna, I mean, I think mainstream, a lot of people think of just bringing people on and understanding NFTs and getting more people to trade, but really the kind of core values of Web3 is bringing more people to be able to play in an economic system that maybe they had higher barriers to entry before. So how will some of the products that you guys are seeing or projects you're seeing help break down those barriers, and how are emerging markets probably playing a decent role in that?
That's a really good point, and I think we always have to go back to that core value, sort of what is this game-changing effect?
Right.
So some of the companies we've invested in are really focused on getting to that, giving that access to those type of individuals. We invested in a company that converts, so in emerging markets, people use prepaid airtime for their phone, right, versus developed markets. So this company converts prepaid airtime into crypto. And what that does, so in Africa, for example, there's a huge agent network with the telcos, right? Like, you've got 600 million users, mobile users, and there are all these agents all over these countries. And a lot of these agents hold airtime so that they can give to people. So this company is integrating with all these agents so that people can use airtime, and then the agents get to be part of the Web3 ecosystem because they get crypto at the back end. So all these small entrepreneurs are getting into the crypto economy. They can do DeFi, they can get yield, they can get loans. And so they've done a really good job. They're like driving a lot of the wallets being built on the Stellar network. And so that is really core to financial inclusion. And all the extra things they do on top of that foundation is going to be even more impactful. And then asset tokenization is also another thing that I think we talk a lot about, but the reality is, in the US, people are tokenizing treasuries and deposits. How is that a game changer? Like, it's not, right? Like, the average person who they're targeting can actually get treasuries.
Right.
So, but if you bring that to emerging markets where a lot of people have currencies that are constantly being devalued, they don't have access to treasuries, US treasuries, they would love that 5% yield, right? Like, if you bring that into an app or gaming, whatever, that's Web 2-like, where people understand how to access it, that's really helpful. That drives a lot of financial inclusion. So that's what I try to do, is I try to look at these opportunities in the context of emerging markets that will actually move the needle. And I think that's where the huge opportunity is, because from that perspective, people are looking at this as critical to their businesses, to their livelihoods,
survival,
versus just, I need to get treasuries where I can get it from my bank.
Right.
So anyway, and then also, there's a huge opportunity on the working capital side as well. So a lot of businesses, there's a $5 trillion working capital gap in emerging markets. That has not been solved because the banks don't lend. There's a huge opportunity to bring the blockchain into this equation, and that I don't think a lot of people are tapping into. But it is game-changing because there's a lot of risk in investing in emerging markets. Blockchain changes that with it being more transparent. You can use stable coins to de-risk FX. There's real-time data. There's all these things from a TradFi perspective that you don't have that makes it easier for people to now start looking into these markets and investing. So anyway, I'm going to stop there because there's a lot.
That's amazing. No, that is amazing to see the financial inclusion piece playing into it. And I think there is so much that we could do as also, when people look at cryptocurrency adoption, they would say that where you find the most adoption is typically in emerging markets. Because as you said, a lot of times, having access to crypto in so-called, in Western Europe, in America, they probably see that more as an asset that hopefully appreciate over time. But then it's not critical infrastructure. And I think that is a very big distinction. I want to add one point to that. I think there is more and more so we see even broader type of blockchain adoption in supply chain. I always imagine there will come a time when we see IoT devices being part of the supply chain, and then all this data actually flow through to blockchain, so then they get updated real time. It almost solves the problem of there is on-chain data, there is off-chain reality, how do you tie them together? But in Celo, I think it would be doing a great job at that, so very excited for them too. Yeah.
Mona, Julia, anything else to add?
I think just to add on to this topic is it's also about how different countries are used to new technology, new emerging technology. So I was just saying to some ladies here earlier that a couple of weeks ago I just came back from Japan Blockchain Week, and I spent a few weeks in Japan, Kyoto, Tokyo, because they had events everywhere around technology, specifically in blockchain space, crypto. And what's surprising to me is that Japan is quite forward-thinking in terms of the technology and adoption. First of all, Prime Minister is deregulating the industry, and now they call their new act Cool Japan, meaning they want to bring in more blockchain and crypto startups into ecosystem to revive different industries. And they have big companies, so think of the likes of Amazon investing billions into Web3 space, into blockchain, and that's why you have lots of startups actually innovating within this space. And I think that's might be also part of the culture, because Japan was always seen as a country that adopting new technologies quite fast, and especially gaming. There's lots of investment in Web3 gaming type of companies, so I think it's also to do with the culture itself.
And maybe to shine a slightly different light on the question, I think in terms of emerging markets, the points that were made were very, very good, so I won't repeat any of it, but to maybe look at mass adoption as well from the institutional perspective. And I work with a lot of the German banks and German institutions, as well as the global banking system, and how they react or look at blockchain technology, which is also a catalyst to mass adoption, right, in some way or form. And for example, one of our portfolio companies, Onera, is essentially the SWIFT network for tokenized assets, or they aspire to be that. And they are backed by very large banks like JP Morgan, US Bank Corp, and the likes, including us, where we have strong ties to the German banking network. And I see that as a very interesting example, maybe from a different viewpoint, showing how big traditional institutions, big traditional banks are starting to have, I always say, their toe in the door. Maybe it's not the whole foot yet. I mean, we don't have to talk about BlackRock, etc., but it's a toe, and there's strong interest, and I think that's also showing speed and catalyzation towards mass adoption from that point of view.
I think that's a good point, and I always wonder, is it going to be the institutions that push the mass adoption, or is it going to be the market that forces the institutions to have to be forward-thinking? What do you guys think? What comes first? Is it going to be institutions kind of pushing themselves in, therefore the market will start to adapt, or the market's going to start pushing them to go mainstream or go crypto, mainstream going crypto?
I think it's always startups that pushes the trend,
Yeah.
right? So if you think about, Web 1, right? Who started this, right? It's the startups, universities, research labs, and that's always like this, right? So innovation first is within the startup ecosystem, and I think that's what's always driving the new things, right? So now we have Google, right? But remember 20 years ago, they were like a small startup that pushed the innovation forward. So I think, to answer this question, it's definitely going to be a startup ecosystem. I think corporates, same as regulators, are always trying to keep up, but always, startups are there, and trying to win the new areas.
But I really like that point about this whole push and pull thing, because I think we definitely need our startups to push forward. But at the same time, we want to make sure they are not just being the only people doing that without any support. And I think that infrastructure, that institutions are essentially a support layer where we could say they need banking. A lot of crypto businesses still today find it difficult to have a bank account. Or let's say you have also people who would say, we want to do on-ramp, off-ramp from cryptocurrency to fiat, but they do worry about Visa or MasterCard if they are going to approve those transactions. So maybe we don't need the institutions to lead the forefront of innovation, but we do need them to be part of this effort and to, if not embrace, at least accept and tolerate. And so with that, I think we would definitely keep enabling or empowering those startups to go faster too.
Yeah, I would just add to that, in the financial services space, we need institutions, because the liquidity that we need here to make a real difference isn't going to come from retail. I mean, I know some startups have done that, and most of them will tell you that they're struggling. And when crypto prices go down, retail investors are the worst to deal with. So institutions are needed, and that's the challenge, I think, with a lot of what we're doing, no matter what, is how do we get this institutional adoption? And we know that in the US, regulatory is the key there. So just keep quiet on that.
Just speaking on that, what are you guys seeing as kind of the biggest barrier in terms of mainstream adoption? And I mean, all of you work in very different verticals, so what would be one of the biggest challenges right now that you're seeing, other than the bear market, really?
In my opinion, I think it's fear and uncertainty. It's a very broad answer, but it transpires into many areas. Regulation, obviously, is a very obvious answer, right? We don't know in the US how this is going to play out. Will the US have a similar framework to MiCA or MiCA? Something completely different. How are the lawsuits going to play out, right? What is a security, what is not? How is that going to be impacting companies that want to utilize tokens as part of their funding mechanism or decentralization plans? So I think there's a lot of fear and uncertainty. And for somebody who doesn't understand, somebody who's not in the space, who doesn't live and breathe this and has to learn every day to keep up, even if this is your bread and butter, then it's very hard to understand this market and this industry. So it's naturally to be a bit fearful, maybe, rather than jump in head first. And so certain parameters, education, regulatory frameworks that make sense, I think are big, big barriers before we can have this typical idea of mass adoption really coming into the Web3 space.
Agree. Anyone else?
I could add a bit on that. I really love that, you're really going into the roots. It's already the psychology level of why we are not doing enough. And I think one thing that manifests from that fear and uncertainty is how we look at experimentation. Because most of the application layers, we talk about going mainstream, many verticals, require some form of experimentation. But that requires capital. That requires you have end users who are willing to try out new things. And with all of that uncertainty and fear, I think we start seeing, no matter whether it's end users or investors, clamping up and hanging on safety. And safety, depending on what you invest in, could be treasury. But it also could be within our space, more the infrastructure rather than the application layer. So I definitely do see that manifesting a lot throughout different ways of the product, of the capital flow. But yeah, I do think that will hopefully, with more clarity, comes more comforts for us all to experiment more.
Absolutely. From a technical perspective, what do you guys think barriers are in terms of, is it that there's not enough communication between chains? Is there not enough money being put into dev? Is there not enough, what it could be the technical barrier that we're looking at right now?
Scalability?
Yeah. Happy to know.
I don't see much
Yeah.
on
No?
the technical side.
Yeah,
I think we've been over-engineering, frankly.
Over-engineering, is that what you said?
Sorry,
That's a
what
good
was
point. No, go ahead. Yeah,
No, I was just saying,
engineering in what way?
Well, I think we should focus more to this conversation of this theme on like adoption and how to integrate with the rest of all these different ecosystems. And I think sometimes we overcomplicate this problem and we try to come up with the problem because of the technology. And I think that is, what got us into some of these issues. So I think this is a time to really start focusing on integrating. And the biggest challenge, I think, is getting over what happened in the past. I think the Web3 conversation is still very tainted right now. That's what I see as the biggest challenge.
I mean, I would add scalability is still a problem, and I also think liquidity is a big problem. We've touched upon that. Interoperability is also a problem still, and UI and UX are also still problems. And I don't think we need to dive into them because I'm sure we don't have that much time left. But these are all pretty major technical issues on the road towards mass adoption in many ways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're still really early, is the conclusion to it all, right? Julia?
Yeah, I think like one of the challenges is actually, yes, we do have this infrastructure. I agree with you. Obviously, there is some challenges there in terms of scalability. But at the end of the day, like, what are these consumer applications that will actually reach the scale, and what are these consumer type of problems that we need to solve at the kind of like B2C level almost, right? So now what I see in the market, there's lots of obviously B2B infrastructure players, lots of companies building, zero knowledge proofs and everything out there, right? But there's not that many consumer apps, or like how do actually people will be using it? Because I think that's kind of what's lacking, and I think this is like the challenge, and the main reason why, because we haven't really figured out like what are these key problems that we need to solve for the users and how this will be applied from the B2C perspective. And obviously gaming is like definitely like one of the key areas, and that's why lots of people now focusing on gaming. But what's beyond gaming? Is there like anything else? And this is what we're currently looking at in terms of exploring different opportunities. Are there other types of apps that we can actually integrate reward schemes for these users, customers to utilize? So one of the companies that we invested is called Networth. So they're building AI recommendation platform, for example, to connect to the right people, right? So this will be more like a B2C application, a super connector to help you to find the right match in a professional way. And potentially they're using reward mechanisms for people making introductions, right? So these kind of examples potentially could be like one way how we can integrate some sort of reward tokens or blockchain technology for the consumer apps. But we'll see what's out there in the future, and that's why I think now is lots of experimentation in the B2C area.
Yeah, I think just to conclude that we're still really early, but I also think that the biggest kind of takeaway, is, at least from my perspective, dealing in the marketing and PR side, is the product market fit is just is like the crucial point. We have so many people building right now, but don't quite know what they're building for, and they don't really know what they're solving. So we have to make sure we have an actual problem to solve before we start building and putting all this money into it. So I just want to say thank you, ladies, so much for joining me today. Thanks, Agora, for having all these wonderful women in one place. And that's it. I think it's the end of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was a lovely way to wrap up. Very interesting conversation. Very interesting conversations. That was the last one. Instead of going out and having a coffee break, we're actually just going to roll right into the rewards. So thank you all for going on this journey with me. I hope you've learned as much as I have. And now I'll invite Hadi up to the stage to present the awards.
Hello, everyone. This is the end of the event, so I just want to make sure that I want to personally thank every single one of you for being part of the first edition of the Global Blockchain Congress in Europe. It has been a wonderful event. I want to thank our delegates, our investors, our speakers, our guests, our sponsors, our strategic partners, specifically Kelsier, Animoca Brands, and Binance Labs for working with us closely to make this happen. I also want to personally thank Gideon from Kelsier for graciously emceeing the event. This was his first experience, and I think he's done a wonderful job, so thank you, Gideon. And now to announce the results of the investors' pick of who they think are the most likely startups that they have met that will raise funds. We have 3 winners. The difference between the first place and the third place is probably like 0.01 or something like that. So it's very, very close. And the same goes for the rest of the startups. The results are extremely close, but we have to choose winners. So I would like to also invite my team members, Ubay, Yamin, and Wissam on the stage to deliver the awards. And the third place, oh, is everybody here or not yet? Okay, that's not awkward at all. Okay, I think we will do the announcement and we can take the picture later on. Okay, we will do the announcement and then we'll take the pictures after, if the winners are not here. So in third place, it is my football club, MYFC. Oh, they're here.
Congrats. Thank you.
Okay, in second place, it's Maniac Panda Games. Okay, we'll give them the present later. And in first place, and the winner of the competition is Delta Prime. And this officially concludes the first edition of the Global Blockchain Congress in Europe. Thank you all again for being with us and hope to see you in Dubai in December or next year here in London. Thank you.